Here is Georgia Teresa, and today we're going to continue the Asana Masters. The last time in my last video we did a Archangels. This time we're going to do Asana Masters. Hold on a second. I need to do some kind of clearing. So what do you see? Okay. I'm gonna wait until more people come. And in the meantime, we're going to prepare. As always. So I hope everybody's good. Later on we may do also some readings, so stay tuned. I also had a lovely channeled messages today during my cooking, so I hope you enjoyed those. Perfect. So I'm going to do the cleansing first, and then we can do. So I'm gonna wait until more people come. Okay, everybody. Oh, nice. We've got 7 people on. Great. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for joining me. And just remember that whoever's guided to this video is meant to be here for some reason. So don't be shy to interact. Don't be shy to come closer, because we all co-create these energies and we all bring out the memories. Okay, I wanted to say messages and I said memories. Maybe even memories. The divine memories from the ancient civilizations that we embody in our parallel versions of self. Hello, Radichimama. Welcome. Hello. I don't know if you saw, dear Radish, my title, but we are going to be talking about Asana Masters. So at the moment, it's not going to be about personal readings. Personal readings will be coming perhaps after. So if you were guided here, maybe this topic about Asana Masters may be something that you would like to listen. Okay? So before my moderators come, I just want to say to everyone up front, those that don't know me, yes, I am a tarot reader. Thank you. I am a channeler and healer. But at this moment, we're going to be channeling Asana Masters. We're going to be talking about them. We're going to be also speaking about their teachings, whatever they allow us to say and whatever we do. So this time we're not going to be doing the readings currently, maybe later on, but I do readings every day. I do free readings on live streams every day. So if you would like to have a reading, it depends how long it's gonna take me to do this topic of Asana Masters. We can do it afterwards, or we could do it tomorrow or at night. I may be coming at night as well, so please subscribe if you feel guided, and you may get some of the live streams, you may get your readings. We always channel the spirit guides of yours, mine, and collective energies and the source itself. We channel angelic realms and all sorts of Asana Masters, whoever comes, as well as your past loved ones. So this time I'm going to be talking because I was guided to about Asana Masters, because there's a lot of misconceptions, especially in the modified books, that the humans in the toxic patriarchal society try to modify it. So we're going to actually speak about it to make it more clearer, and therefore I hope we're going to be also channeling them directly if they would like us to add something extra. I haven't been to Rishikesh actually, but I've heard of it. Once I was having a yoga teacher that was teaching me yoga, and he told me about Rishikesh few things, so must be a beautiful place. And maybe one day, I love to visit new places, so maybe one day, especially if they are spiritual places. So you're from India. Hello, Lilith. Pansy. Welcome. Hello, Sumak. I wonder what time is with you guys. What time zone did I reach today? I'm trying to go different time zones so that everybody, I see 10:10, everybody gets a chance. So I hope that everybody's going to be enjoying this topic. Let us be all respectful, okay? Let us not spam. Let us not try to be hateful or anything like that. Um, I cannot state really where I'm from for safety, but I'm from Europe. I'm at the moment. I'm living in Europe. I have a very strong connections, and I used to live in Ireland. So Ireland is the major part of my soul, as well as I live currently in a Europe, Central Eastern Europe. Yes. What about you guys? Oh, really? Gopesh, that's nice. I would love to visit Rishikesh and perhaps do some yoga there. That would be nice. So, thank you for telling me. Uh, any more people from India? I believe that a lot of Indian. Okay, some reaching India. What time is there right now? I wonder. It's lovely to see lovely people of India. I had some. I've met many Indian people in Ireland, in Dublin, because Dublin is very multicultural and multi-ethnical. So I've met many people from many countries, and there are a lot of Indians living in Dublin. So I had a pleasure to meet many people 1212 right there when I shared different hostels, as well as when I used to live there and work there. So I really like Indian people. I like all kinds of ethnicities, and I think that all of us as humanity, we are a beautiful blend, beautiful cocktail of beautiful colors of energies of all of us. So I'm enjoying meeting many more people also here in this channel, because it's beautiful to connect from all over the world. Don't you think? Yeah. Yeah, in all the planets in multiverse. Yes, I like that. So yeah, today we're gonna be talking about different asana masters, and also we have some beautiful Buddhist masters, Hinduist masters. So it could be some kind of topic that you could be enjoying. Just mind you, this is just a brief, um, brief descriptions. There's nothing really very extended. So feel free to join in and drop some messages, and if you're interested to share something. Um, I believe that we can all co-create in this topic. So I did some research. So I have mostly research from all over the internet, as well as we hopefully going to be channeling some asana masters that come. So I hope we enjoy this. Okay, so how many people do we have? Two people. You have to go. Okay. Thank you so much, Gopesh. So maybe I'll see you in another time. And thank you so much for popping in. Hello, dear Luna. Welcome. So happy to see you. Did you get notifications? I wonder. I see 1444. Yeah, our dear Luna came on in the house, so we can finally uh, feel safe with our Luna. Um, how are you, dear Luna, today? How is everything with you today? Just Today I had a very interesting channeled energy. Yeah? Okay, so I'm happy that it works. I'm usually wondering because, I'm not like a big channel, so I don't know if the subscribers are actually getting anything on my friends. Okay. Multifunctional tool. So, finally, today is the day for Asana Masters. So, I hope that we all gonna get something out of it. I had a very interesting everyone. I know that today we don't have many people, and thank you, dear Luna, for being here and supporting me through this. Today I felt green color, harmony, Mother Earth, butterflies. So yes, so I think I'm just not gonna delay it anymore, and I'm gonna start reading it. Thank you, dear Luna, for taking care of this and for bringing your beautiful presence as well here. So, okay, everyone. So we're going to start with the Asana Masters. First of all, I'm gonna try to find a start. Hello, Genevieve. Welcome. Hello to Norway. So happy to see you. I think I'm gonna have to have a socks because it's getting a bit chilly. It was beautiful sun. Have you guys seen my uh, short about the channeled message with the sunflower? Oh my god, those storms and those winds bended her. And when I saw her, immediately got a channeled message. So the sunflower was today giving us a channeled message. We channeled the sunflower today. Sunflower energy. How are you, Genevieve? How are you doing? You have a lot of time. Anytime you feel guided, it's out there. So if you feel guided, um, it may be or may not be resonating, but it was pretty deep. And honestly, I woke up with this and I was feeling very low. And first of all, I always feel like, okay, is that my energy or is the energy I'm supposed to channel? And so I feel that it was the energy I was supposed to channel, but as well, I felt it personally as well. So very interesting. Very interesting. And that's how it usually happens, you know. So let's go for it then. Happy to see you all, and let's first read briefly just a list of asana masters that we may be touching upon. As I was saying, we're not going to be doing like very extremely long parts, but we definitely want to touch upon at least the important parts, important teachings. Okay. So we're going to start. Last time we started and we did all archangels. Now we're going to do asana masters and spiritual teachers. By the way, thank you so much, my beautiful ladies, for your moderating. You are amazing. You are soul tribe that I so highly appreciate. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to try to speak lower. As I said, my voice, I need to preserve my voice. I have a gig in a few days, so I have to be very. Can you guys hear me when I speak like that? When I speak like a little bit lower? I hope you will hear me clearly, and the music is not too loud. Actually, I have to figure out if we have a music that is not gonna be flagged, because one of my videos had this big orange exclamation mark saying that in case I get monetized, that video is gonna be like restricted or whatever because I've played some kind of background music. Oh my god, this is crazy. So we're going to take care of that by putting something copyright free or something. It's crazy. This world has become such a big capitalistic place that all is about restrictions and all that, but it's coming to the end. It's coming to an end, and we are slowly transmuting it. But we have to transmute it from ourselves, from within us. We have to make those changes. No, we cannot really expect the elites to change it. If we leave it up to elites, we are effed up, if you know what I mean. So let's play some. Okay, royalty free meditation music for commercial use. This is ridiculous that we have to do that, but yeah, unfortunately, we have to. Hold on, guys. Perfect. Hello, Sai Ready. Welcome to my channel. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, everybody. So we're going to go and start. I'm not going to be looking much in the chat. So those of you guys that are new and coming to my channel, so that you know, this is going to be now Asana Masters and Spiritual Teachers reading. I'm not going to be doing now any personal readings, and my beautiful lovely moderators are there, my friends, beautiful lovely moderators, that you can ask whatever, but please don't spam the chat. Please let us be respectful, let us be peaceful, let us be attentive to one another, especially to the divine Asana Masters energy, and let us tune into it and co-create this energy. More we tune into the topic and the Asana Masters themselves and spiritual teachers, more we will have a ability to co-create, and will have an easier channel to actually speak to them, or perhaps even have them visit us and channel through me some important informations. We'll see. As always, it happens sometimes. So that's it. So okay, so Asana Masters and spiritual teachers that I've kind of picked up are the most kind of important ones, or more like a prominent ones that we may know. Yeah, this is just a research that is not so thorough, but for the just the basics, I think it's enough. Okay, so we're going to be talking about probably the most known or popular Asana Master spiritual teacher called Yeshua, which was known as Jesus in English. Okay, so also we're going to be talking about another very popular, which is the Buddha. Hold on. Also, Kuan Yin, Saint Germain, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, El Moria, Lady Nada, Surface Bay, Hilarion, Paul the Venetian, Sanat Kumara, Maitreya, Babaji, Paramahansa Yogananda, Lao Tzu, I'm looking forward for the hymn, Krishna, Moses, Elijah, and perhaps few others that if we have time. So let's move forward. I'm gonna read the basic, and then we're going to go one by one in more details. Okay, you interested in Krishna? Nice, nice. So we had some Indian people coming in the beginning of the chat, but they had to go. It was kind of late in their countries, but I'm sure that in India they merely have the Hinduism, so could have been nice. I've met a lot of Indian people in Dublin when I used to live in Ireland, and very lovely people and very kind. Okay, so Jesus and Yeshua. We're going to just touch upon the little points, and then we're going to go into more details. Yeah, what they are briefly about. So the Jesus was more teaching the unconditional love, the God is within us, and forgiveness. He was a healer as well, so also compassion. Yeah, heart centers consciousness and divine sonship, and he was literally guiding people together and to teach them that they shouldn't be relying on outside source rather than the inner God within. But it was modified. It was by the shadow elite. It was pretty distorted. So hopefully we're going to have more clarity today. Buddha, uh, which is Siddhartha Gautama. I'm sorry if I'm going to be murdering the words, the names. Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and yogis. No, not sure if that's part of any of those. So that's nice. That's nice. Are you from India, Sai? Um, Buddha, his teaching were about enlightenment, inner peace, detachment from suffering, mindfulness. Then Kuan Yin, Kuan Yin was a goddess of compassion, mercy, about healing and divine feminine. So she was very much connected to divine feminine energy. So that's going to be very interesting for us divine feminines, because we are coming to era where the divine feminine energy is taking back the ruling. Yeah, because there always been a divine feminine that was in past civilizations that were actually working based on the major important principles and values: love, light, harmony, peace, compassion, healing. Yeah, it all was because divine feminine was in charge. Then it changed and got distorted by a toxic divine masculine patriarchal society that distorted the entire harmony of the world, and the what we see now is the consequence of it: chaos, distortion, hate, violence, and all that. So we're going to be coming, we are already entering the energetic era when divine feminine is taking back the power, taking back the Mother Earth. Mother Earth is a feminine energy, and divine feminine within all of us, not only women but also men. Divine feminine energy, therefore, is the main energy that is meant to be in power. So that will be interesting to see how Kuan Yin is explained in this. Saint Germain was another one. The teacher was in embodying a violet flame. It was about transformation, spiritual alchemy, and freedom. Mother Mary, we may know her from the Western society especially, which was all about compassion, nurturing, healing, divine mother energy. So she was also embodying divine feminine power. Also Mary Magdalene, she was very misconcepted and very misunderstood being, so I'm actually interested what we're gonna channel about her. Mary Magdalene was sacred feminine wisdom, spiritual devotion, divine partnerships. She was a twin flame to Yeshua, so they were in divine love and partnership. And heart awakening. El Moria is about divine will, leadership, and courage. Lady Nada about service, compassion, selfless love. Seraphis Bay about ascension, discipline, purification. Hilarion was about healing, truth, and spiritual science. Paul the Venetian was about creativity, beauty, and love. Sanat Kumara was about ancient wisdom, planetary evolution, and spiritual leadership. Maitreya was world teacher, compassion, and future enlightenment. Babaji was teaching immortality teachings, yoga, and spiritual mastery. Paramahansa Yogananda was about God realization, meditation, Kriya Yoga. Lao Tzu, I'm interested in this part, was about Taoism, simplicity, and flow. Krishna, somebody said that, yes, is about divine love, joy, devotion, spiritual wisdom. Moses, about divine law, leadership, liberation. Elijah, about spiritual power, prophecy, and transformation. Then we also have other beings. I can't remember in the notes if we have some of those more elaborated, but we could do it as it flows. These are usually also mentioned in the spiritual teachings and esoteric teachings, so it will be Melchizedek, Isis, Osiris, White Buffalo, Calf Woman, Green Tara, White Tara, Athena, Bridget, Merlin, Thoth, or Horus, just to name a few. So, if I have done incredibly long research, we could be here for hours. So this is going to be probably much shorter and just touching upon, just like we did with the angels. We did 5.5 hours, right? So it's going to be very interesting to know. I'm not going to be touching upon like religions themselves, but I'm sure that everyone can do their own researches if they're interested in one of those. I'm more like a broad perspective, and none of these asana masters and teachers were anything bigger than any human. They were just the teachers, just like any teacher that you would normally encounter in your 3D life, but most of them were too much how would you say, praised like gods, but they were just the teachers and the awakened people in those times that had abilities in alignment, that we all have those abilities in but we may not have them in alignment. Also majority also of those parts that we have lost the senses and we became a little bit more in the lower vibration. Not only means what I've always mentioned, that the souls incarnate, and because we are a much more expanded souls and parts of over souls that are very broad, and that's why when we choose to incarnate here as a souls and cosmic beings, we choose to forget a lot, as well as vibrationally in this very dense 3D density planet. It would be impossible to maintain all the highest vibration. But also, since the human made a choice which wasn't natural, and those that skeptics and those that say it is natural to human, it's not the truth. Yeah, the natural it's not natural for human to eat meat, eat flesh of other animal. What happened when a human started killing and eating meat? Because energy cannot be killed, cannot be destroyed, it's only transmuted, it's also transferred from them to us. So therefore human became much lower vibration than originally uh, intended. It was by a human free will choice, which distorted literally many human beings that we see now. And most of the human beings went into this dark era where all the extrasensory abilities and most of those extrasensory abilities had been pressed, compressed, and, and really suppressed. That's the best actual word. Suppressed and forgotten and blocked because the humans started eating meat, uh, received and transferred that energy of trauma, that lower energy of yes, Sai, I'm vegan slash vegetarian, but becoming vegan again. I've been vegan for 6 years in past, and then eventually I had to move to this country, which is very old-fashioned meat eater mindsets here. So everybody's forcing that on you, but I would never touch meat. Honestly, I've been not eating meat for over 25 years, I would say. So I sometimes can't get pure vegan food here because nobody even understands what vegan is in this country. So it's very difficult for me to get a lot of products. So sometimes I'm forced to have some vegetarian alternatives, but I don't like it, and I'm actually transitioning back to the pure veganism uh, because that's the most closest to me, and that's how I feel. I do it because of the animals, so I don't want to. I cannot say it's for the safety, okay? I cannot say that. Hello, Sue. Hello, dear Sue. Welcome. But let's say is a very. It's a country that I'm not really happy to be in, just to say the least, okay? And I'm looking forward to go back to Ireland or somewhere else. I don't care where, honestly. Anyways, we're not going to talk about it now. So that's the, in a nutshell, the reason why a human also, one of the reasons, one of the many different reasons that I usually speak about in our chat, in our live streams. So one of the reasons is that human, when they started to uh, take that habit of killing another animals, some cannibals, also people, they took over that low vibrational trauma, suffering, that energy that basically blocked the extrasensory abilities within the human, and as well as the toxic patriarchal society and the collective darkness of energy in the era that we are just coming out of, era of illusion, distortion, chaos, what that was created by the masculine, toxic masculine patriarchal societies and elites that led the humanity to this so-called doom, whatever you call it, and where the divine feminine is now healing that part of a collective energy, and we are becoming more in the power where the divine feminine energy, not only of actual feminines and females, we will see a lot more, and that's a channeling, yeah, we will see a lot more feminine leaders in future, yeah, feminine presidents, feminine leaders, uh, which is going to become a lot more natural. In older societies it was absolutely normal and natural that the leader was a queen and the king was just accompanying her, accompaniment, but the queen was actually in power because the divine feminine naturally is connected to the source, is connected to the divine source that is all about love, light, harmony, peace, freedom, and all the important values and principles. That's why those societies that had matriarchal leadership, you could barely see any kind of wars or violence and physical abuse, anything like that. So it's going to come back to this era. More we embody the divine feminine within us, also males. More the male embody the masculine, like male in gender embodies their divine feminine within them. It and it will heal the toxic masculine collective energy within them and them without, which means externally we will see the results. But it's going to take some time. Also, in a time within the next 5 years, we will uh, more we raise the vibration, we will experience open contact with extraterrestrial beings that had been always here, but because human has been in such a low vibrational density, wasn't capable to see them, wasn't capable to encounter them. Now it's going to be in a more visible sense, more the human collective awakens. I see 4141. Therefore, we will be seen a lot of changes. These extraterrestrial beings are all fifth density and higher, so there is no polarity, meaning there is no negativity. Whatever the elites or mass media portrayed about aliens are here to kill us or get us, it's all lies. And remember my words, it's all lies. It's all to distort or distract humans from our own awakening and from our own consciousness and from the actual connection with the extraterrestrial beings, which have always been here in from beginning of time, that were our teachers, same like these asana masters that incarnated us in a human form, as well as archangels and angels. The extraterrestrial beings are just another being from another civilization, another planet. It's no God, nothing like that. It's not going to come here to save us, but it's going to come here to teach us the fifth density consciousness, and also help us to um, raise our own awareness, just like a teachers. Okay, so not here to be praised, but more to be our guides, to help us to get where they are in the fifth density, fourth D, fifth D, and higher density, and become a sixth galactic race. That when we embody that higher consciousness and fully embody love, light, harmony, peace, freedom, truth, justice, abundance, happiness, and all the values and principles of a pure source embodiment, then we can travel and help, just like these beings are helping us. We can then become a galactic race and help travel to the lower density planets, helping them to raise their vibration and consciousness. So that's going to be a possibility. It's all about free will, so meaning that we all can help one another, because if you're not perceiving it from limited perceptions of distorted informations based on modified human religions that were created to confuse humanity. If you look at it from the high perspective of the actual cosmic sense and the source energy channeling, we will know that this is the natural progress to to raise the vibrational um, energy of this entire planet, which was naturally the ultimate plan for entire humanity. But as I said, because this is the planet of polarity. The negative parts of a human beings took over for few centuries and distorted the harmony of this planet and humanity consciousness, which now we are putting back into actual harmony and place where it's meant to be, so that we can start. The extraterrestrial beings will come and help us teach it, so they will be implemented in a teaching categories where humans can learn a lot about our extrasensory abilities, about our consciousness, which also the extraterrestrial being hold the true, 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 I repeat, Akashic records history, not the modified history that toxic masculine patriarchal society uh, made up the lies and put it as an indoctrination in public schools, but the actual true history of human race and humanity will be revealed, and one as one of the first things after the open contact happens to the public, which will be within the next 5 maximum 10 years, when the humanity will first be revealed the true history, what actually happened to humanity, how, when, and because of whom it happened, that we literally fell into this shithole, to be honest. So, and also that will clear a lot of misconceptions, that will clear a lot of division in humanity race, because nobody will be able to fight over religions anymore. Nobody's going to be able to fight over this is my true and your true is not true, and this is only my true and I'm going to kill you for this. Nothing like that is going to be, because it's going to be revealed in public. It's going to be revealed for everyone. The truth and the history will be obvious, because it will not only be shown to us, but we're going to be feeling it from inside. It's going to activate the dormant DNA. It's going to activate the inner truth, so that nobody can doubt it. This is happening as one of the first wave of a risen consciousness vibration after the open contact. So let us look forward to it. It will diminish a lot of wars and unnecessary violence and killings, and it will help humanity to finally cop on and start co-creating true so-called heaven on earth, as we were always meant to co-create, if the humanity didn't get blindfolded and brainwashed by the toxic masculine society elites that did it on purpose. So this is the guidance that I'm meant to channel as a first, and I hope that it will resonate with many. Anytime this video will pop up, it's coming to the light not only through me, it's coming through many channels and many spiritual teachers that are coming there. So it's coming from within us. The truth is gonna be revealed, and we will feel the truth resonance, because we all are walking frequency and energy. So there will be no more misalignments and misunderstandings. We need to grow into it. Obviously many humans need to choose by free will to want to shift, to want to elevate, to want to raise their consciousness. Those people, they will be rigidly sticking with the lies portrayed to them, or programmings, or will be avoiding the natural evolution of self. They may eventually split to the low vibrational frequency version of planet Earth and continue their lessons and karmic lessons there, or by free will the souls can choose to leave the planets and continue their lessons on another planets or galaxies or civilizations, or universes, multiverses, etc. So it's all on up to free will. So the same happened to the asana masters. Same thing happened to extraterrestrial beings. They were mistaken like gods in past, and humans started to create all sorts of mystical stories and misconceptions. And now everything will be cleared cleared out and set back to the truth, which will be then known as a common truth, yeah, which everybody will know, everybody will be aware, and therefore the shadow government's elites will no longer have a chance to fool anybody about it when the actual truth of history and will be exposed, will be coming to light. Therefore the shadow elites will be exposed and everybody will know who was the villain and who caused what. So I'm looking forward to the time. Do you guys? Okay, let's go for it. Thank you, Divine Source, Divine Means a lot, Light, for giving us this incredible channel message. Thank you so much. So, let's move on to Rasana Masters. Yeah, Kali Yuga. Yes. So we are leaving that era of darkness. We've already, I would say, even already left it, and we are now transitioning and reconstructing this frequency 51511. That we are coming to the era of consciousness, era of light and consciousness. We must be very careful of the actual religions that are currently operating on the planet Earth, because a lot of those religions have been modified. So therefore I was mentioning it's very important to have discernment and not blindly believe every word that the Bible says or Quran says and other books say, because they have been eventually modified a lot through the human hand that had not clean intentions. So we will be therefore receiving the truth from within. A lot of channeling will be happening not simultaneously, simultaneously as well, but I wanted to say like freely, yeah, through everyone. I can't remember the word. Anyways, it doesn't matter in English. So and then when the open contact comes, everything will come to light, even the fact what was not true that was written in those so-called big books, yeah. So it's always good to hold on to those discernments and not believing blindly everything that we read in those particular books. uh, all those so-called religions were man-made and were very heavily modified in uh, all levels to fit the secret agenda of elites and institutions that wanted to take control, power and money over humanity. Yeah, everything starts within us. Okay, everybody, so let's go for it. Yeah, you will always hear the nature and the birds chirping here. This is my favorite way. I have those birds recorded myself, as well as you can hear them from outside, because I have three, not me, but there are three birds nests nesting under our roof every single year, which were usually blue tits and sparrows. So you may hear a lot of birds around. So okay, everybody, so let's move forward. So let's go for the first one. I was talking also in a Archangel's section, the Archangel's live stream, about the 7 ray system. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly touch upon it, and therefore we can at least feel how co-creation works and collaborative always work. And I saw 5555. So the in modern Western esotericism, 7 archangels are often paired with 7 asana masters, and 7 rays. One commonly used are the the first ray is governed by El Moria as a master, along with Archangel Michael. The core of the first ray is will, power, and courage. The second ray is the asana master of the second ray is Lanto, and the archangel of the second ray is Jophiel, and the core of this ray, second ray, is wisdom and illumination. The ray third tree is the master of that third ray is Paul the Venetian, and archangel is a Chamuel. The core of a third is love and creativity. The ray fourth, the master of a ray fourth is a Surface Bay, and the archangel is Gabriel. The core of a fourth ray is purity and harmony. The ray fifth is asana master of the fifth ray is Hilarion, and archangel is Raphael. It's about truth and healing. Hello Azad, welcome. So ray 6, the asana master of it is Lady Nada, and archangel is Uriel. The core of that 6th ray is devotion and service. The 7th ray, the master of 7th ray is Saint Germain, and the archangel is Zadkiel. And the core of it is transformation and freedom. Yeah, I also I would also agree that the Hinduism is more like a way of life, as well as Buddhism is a way of life. You're right, I agree with you. Western society actually distorted and modified a lot of things. That's why when I do research, I can barely find a proper information, because the Western society distorted and modified a lot of divine teachings. That's why we should all rely on the actual history and try to connect to Akashic records that are beyond this planet Earth and human consciousness, and actually find the truth there, which will be revealed by the extraterrestrial beings as they come and open it for us. So I'm looking forward to that, actually. Okay, so just to clear it up. Okay, let's go. This is the research. Yeah, I'm just putting it out there. So don't kill me for anything. I'm not any kind of a genius that would know everything. It's just the research I did myself. So let's do it, yeah. And everybody can have a obviously some input if you want, but let us not devalue anybody. Let us be very respectful to each other, because we all just sharing informations with each other. But until the actual truth from Akashic Records comes down to us, none of us can know 100% truth, because as I said, everything was modified. Like what is in the papers and books, nobody can actually know what is actual truth and what is not, unless that person directly connects to Akashic Records, which is the cosmic library where the real truth is hidden and stored, which only the highest vibrational beings have access to. And these beings will come to us to reveal it within the next few years. Okay, so I just want to put it out there. I channeled that message ages ago, and I keep repeating that message because that's what it is. I channeled the Pleiadians that were strictly, and Arcturians also agreed upon that. They were strictly saying, don't trust every information that is in the humans' books, because it was heavily modified for the secret agendas of everyone. So that's what I want to say. The only true history is preserved in Akashic records that are on the highest, one of the higher density frequency, uh, beyond the general human folk. So only the some people or beings that can connect through channeled way to these Akashic records can pick up on the some informations, but none of the human beings in this 3D polarity density can fully have access to all the information. So it only comes to the humans that can tap into the Akashic records that is relevant for their own missions, for their own purpose. Okay, so let us just remember that, guys, before people start like arguing and doing all sorts of things in the world, let alone this chat. Let us be just observative. Yeah, none of us can know what truth is. I'm just gonna put the informations out there, what I researched, but I didn't access Akashic records, so we have to be limited to what was out there. But sometimes the as we had archangels uh, coming through me and channeling some informations like Archangel Metadron, sometimes they do allow us to tap into their wisdom and tell us sometimes through channeling some information, but it's literally very little comparing to what is out there. Akashic records store all history, all civilizations, all planets, all galaxies. So thank you, Sai. Well, thank you so much for subscribing. What are the Akashic records? Yeah, so as I mentioned, Akashic records is so-called divine cosmic library, which is in the higher realm. I can't remember now which is whether it is in the ninth density realm or higher, but only certain beings have access that can reach that vibration. That's why it's very protected from the lower vibrational energies, and therefore low vibrational energies like humans cannot access it unless you are able to practice and real spiritual work. You can get to the access that to the gamma and delta frequency of consciousness and slightly tap into those. Yeah, it's like a Pleiadians, when I channeled them in past, Pleiadians would help me understand by comparing, like it's like a virtual library of consciousness that, for instance, when you go and have a near-death experience and do your live review, that's where you actually can tap into your own as well, Akashic records, where you can read and see your live review. So it's all so-called Akashic records is the most common name for it. So it's basically such like a virtual library of all history of entire existence. Okay, nobody can modify it. There are gatekeepers, which are the highest vibrational beings. Okay, and that are taking care of that. And when you uh, leave this planet and finish your life as a soul, you get your life review. Or if you have a temporary uh, near that experience, you will be presented with the live review as well for your high learning. Not all of them, but mostly near the experiences usually say that they did have their live review. And these higher vibrational beings, yeah, the light beings, the high vibrational beings that are the gatekeepers of the Akashic records, they will be present there with you, not judging you guys, but present there because they're taking care of that kind of place, and they will help you navigate from that place. And therefore it's stored, and it cannot be destroyed, because in Atlantis era, the they were storing all these, and Lemuria had that as well. They had a library on the actual planet. They had a library where they stored all the important informations about human awakening, human consciousness, human civilizations, all the teachings and healings and all that kind of things. And when the toxic patriarchal uh, masculine took over and uh, opened that negative energetic fields that created this distorted energy, and which from there then the toxic patriarchal society started to rule the centuries of the existence. They burned down the earth libraries. That's why it's very important that the Akashic record library is in such a high level of frequency, because nobody, even if they wanted, they could smoke a lot of weed and a lot of whatever's, they will not be able to connect to the Akashic records. They are much higher vibration. So that's why it cannot be modified, it cannot be destroyed, and the high vibrational beings of a gatekeeper keep it safe, and it will come to light and come to be presented to us by the extraterrestrial beings of a higher vibration that will then help us to reveal that history to us, but only the history that is relevant to our civilization, because we don't have to know the history of other civilizations, galaxies. So they're going to be focusing on the history that is relevant to this civilization, and to help the humanity create finally from the right place, not the toxic masculine mindset of power, greed, um, the control, and all those violences, and uh, whatever's going on that we see now, yeah, the elites. So that's very important to know, and that cannot be modified. The books like Bible, Korans, and all those other so-called sacred books were heavily distorted and modified. That's why I'm saying, guys, don't trust everything. We all should focus on being the best possible version of ourselves, always grow ourselves. Try to avoid blindly believing what you read, everything. Always have discernment, and I see 11010. Always have discernment of an awareness that not everything that I read is true, okay? And then try to connect to your inner God within, which means if you if we all work on our selves, on our consciousness, we clear out all those distorted, stop eating meat, it's gonna help you elevate. Yet because the eating meat, as we spoke in the beginning, it keeps the human on the low vibration. Yeah, as the human basically absorbs the dark energy of trauma, and it it blocks the ascension of the human to be able to be fully in that light. So 111, so do all sorts of beautiful practices that the Eastern traditions have, beautiful, like a yoga, like Tai Chi, Qigong, okay, all mindfulness exercises. Try to always work on ourselves, connect to nature, do all sorts of spiritual, meditative, and transcendental um, works, inner work, and work on your traumas, release, integrate. Yeah, just like Rumi says. Actually, I would love to know. Rumi was a poet, but I'd love to know more about Rumi. As Rumi said, uh, to I don't know exactly how that is. Maybe some of you remember it perfectly, but the unconditional love, or to love, which is the source of all. Yeah, it's not about getting more, but more like a, what's that? How is it to get rid of all the barriers that block it? Something like that. I know what you mean. Uh, you know what I mean. I know what you mean. You know what I mean. So basically, what I wanted to say, if we clear the most of the dense frequency and energies through the inner work, we have a capability of tap into our extrasensory abilities, which all of us have. They are just blocked, they are just dense, they are just suppressed, and all that. If we clear that out within ourselves, we can eventually be able also to tap into Akashic records and receive channeled messages, just like I do now. And what I do is only like a 10% what everyone can do, like what we all are capable of. Yeah, so we are much more capable beings, but we were silenced, we are suppressed, and we were programmed to believe that we are sinners as soon as we come out of the mother's womb, which is absolute BS, and it's absolute lie, and that created big distortion in a human's collective consciousness. I think I need to put a light on, no? Well, it didn't really help. So the Pleiadians always emphasize this, always uh, guide us. Arcturians have uh, abilities also to uh, work with Akashic records, because Arcturians, Syrians, Lyrans, Andromedans have a very high vibration frequency, so they are capable, as well as Pleiadians. Obviously, even though they are fifth and sixth vibration frequency, they also can tap into it because their channels are much clearer, so they can also. So we, as a humans of 3D third polarity base frequency planet, we need to really do the inner work and spiritually cleanse ourselves into being able. Okay, there are some people on this earth, obviously, uh, channelers that are able to tap into Akashic records. Sometimes I also channel from there, but I don't personally. Uh, it doesn't open in front of me like entire Akashic records library. You know, I'm still growing into it, but I do have channel messages from the Asana masters. They can tap into that archangels and angels that can tell me information that I'm meant to know. So each of us have a different ways of abilities and purpose. So also you guys, whoever are, more you tune into your inner self, inner being, and inner wisdom, you will discover your unique way of tapping into your own purpose of life and extrasensory abilities that are most relevant to your purpose on this earth, and how you are meant to participate in this collective awakening consciousness. If you know, guys, what I mean. Hello, Lilith. Welcome. How are you? Thank you. Sometimes when I channel certain beings like Pleiadians, Arcturians, sometimes they mention or let me know that information is from Akashic records. So I sometimes know, have an inner knowing that information is from Akashic records history. So, but I have my own ways to channel the beings that are connected to those levels. So we all will find our own ways through more and more releasing what is dense within us. Traumas cleans the temple, especially. That's why I mentioned this. Meat eating, because it's one of the lowest vibrational energies, and human was not meant to be eating meat. It came as a habit, but not as a part of us. Otherwise our mouths would be like a dog or a wolf. Yeah, but it came with a habit, and it should be unlearned, and it's coming to that mutual collective knowing, and a lot of people are transitioning from meat eating to vegetarianism and then veganism. It's going to be natural progress of humanity as more we rise in the vibration and more we ascend. This is natural progress. NASA is also part of the dark agenda. I wouldn't trust what NASA says at all. Yeah, NASA is just in a space, but it's nothing to do with Akashic records. Nothing. Akashic records are beyond the actual tangible earth. So even if NASA was trying to get to the moon, it's not going to get to Akashic records. That Akashic records are not sitting in the space. Akashic records are vibrational, high vibrational density, a library that actually can be accessed only through raising the vibration within you, rather than how far is your cosmic ship or satellite going to reach. And if NASA says it, it's fooling you, guys. I don't know. NASA is always uh, full of misconceptions and misleading informations, guys. Don't trust NASA 100%. Okay, they work with the shadow governments. I'm not saying that some things may be relevant, but a lot of things are not, so that we know. Yes, that's the one, Luna. Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it, Rumi. That's it, dear Luna. Thank you for finding it. That's it. Rumi was beautiful. I love Rumi. I love his poetry. I love his quotes. I actually would love to buy that oracle deck of Rumi. This is one of my plans to do. I'm good, dear Lilith. I'm happy to hear that you're okay. We are all gonna be okay. The morning was heavy, but then eventually I found out that that energy was collective. So I did a short. Look at the short with the sunflower in it. Hello, Shantaya. Welcome. Lovely to see you here. Hello, Timwood. Welcome. Lovely to see you here. So perfect. You're vegetarian too, Sai. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we will more connect to that vegetarianism and veganism. And our bodies, our temples will start feeling it. Yesterday I had a cheese and I felt so heavy in my stomach. My body was telling me, no, no, baby, cheese is not good anymore for you. You just need to stop eating it. So our bodies will start telling us. Our ego wants to take it because it has a habit or it tastes good, but eventually our body will start helping us with that, because more we rise, more the body and the so-called dormant DNA or so-called junk DNA that the limited perception scientists were calling the junk DNA is not the junk DNA. It's a DNA that is very important for this ascension, and it's being deactivated for certain period in our civilization, because we had to learn the lesson. Yeah, because the shadow masculine created this distortion, this shadow matrix. So that the sacred DNA parts that are part of the divine ascension has been deactivated within the actual body, and now is starting to activate one by one. Okay, so this is going to be incredible, as well as so-called scientists said that the pineal gland is nothing important in there, that is just like a junk thing. BS. BS, guys. You see how limited the medical pharma and the science is. We have to start really trusting our inner truths that are coming from within, through the meditations, through tapping into the higher sources, rather than uh, relying on validation of some external scientists or mass media BS. And this is the confirmation bird. Yeah, BS, that they try to brainwash humanity. They are acting from the limited perceptions of left-brained logic. Okay, so we need to tap into our right brain, divine feminine brain, which is connecting us to the pineal gland, which is the third eye connection, activation of the connection to our source directly. We don't need external validation of some so-called experts. They are not experts. They are experts only in a very limited way. Yeah, so we need to start trusting our inner truths and tapping. If you want to know the truth, tap into the truth that comes from your third eye, rather than from some scientist that thinks that parts of our DNA are junk. Come on, guys. Hello. So this is going to be all coming to the light. 11:10 right there. Whew. This topic always gets me a little bit fired up, because that's what the toxic masculine patriarchal society proclaimed by Secret Agenda Plan as the only validation. And then people like me were like channelers, esoteric beings, yeah, healers, Reiki masters, all of those of us were in that dark era of toxic masculine society proclaimed as crazies, and they literally disvalidated the what we can do, what people like me, and I'm not as good as many of those like esoteric beings that have been doing it for ages, right? And all those beings in history, like they would call them like dark witches, it's all evil, and you go and burn yourselves, or we burn you. It all was deliberate silencing of the awakening consciousness and ascension. It was all made on purpose. Yeah. And they started to praise all those satanistic rituals that created all this distortion of whatever, so we need to start tapping into the real truth that comes from inner God, as Jesus was saying, and all those asana master was trying to guide us to, even the Buddha, Krishna, all those asana masters and teachers were trying to get us there. Okay, not some scientists that only been schooled by the brainwashing uh, indoctrinations. Okay, now obviously even in the science we are receiving scientists that are getting their own awakenings and starting to realize that, oh my god, what I was studying actually is not the truth, so I need to do a new research, and these are going to change the science, um, how do you call it, section, not section, oh, I don't know, I keep forgetting words. uh, the science part of this word, yeah, will be awakening from within as well. Same with the pharma industry, right? They brainwashed all doctors and nurses in some 18th century or beginning of 19th century or whatever, when the Rockefeller started to be in the lead. He forbade, yeah, he had forbidden all the doctors and nurses and healers to study the herbal remedies, and he was even punishing them for studying it and for healing, because he knew they help, they knew it works. So he wanted to brainwash them so that he could create all these petrol drugs that would maintain the sickness in humans and maintain the blocked consciousness, because the chemicals, they block your consciousness, they don't awaken your consciousness. And it was all again dark agenda, secret agenda. All this is going to be dismantled. All what I'm talking about, this truth is going to come to light in public, part of that history revelation, as we will in open contact be revealed by those that are high vibration, so nobody can question that validity, because these beings will be coming from the high vibration of frequency and places, density, that non-human, no human will be able to doubt them. It will be so clear, yeah, and that all this what I'm talking about, yeah, will be revealed into the light, yeah. So all these people, so even in the pharmaceutical industry, yeah, hospitals, doctors, as soon as they start awakening from within, because everybody's going to start having signs, synchronicities, dreams, awakenings, yeah, mothers start working on themselves, they will start getting the truth from within. So they will start realizing, oh my god, what I studied in my medical school doesn't make sense, it's not relevant to what I actually know from within now. So oh my god, I need to start studying underground. That's why a lot of nurses, or those very rigid ones, or those that are meant to, will receive some kind of near-death experiences already happening, yeah. Rigid scientists, rigid doctors that never believed anything but what they studied in their books, and they were very skeptical. All these will receive some kind of awakening epiphanies or near-death experiences that will no longer be able to opposite of validate, disvalidate that truth that they received. And that's how we will change this society and this distorted misinformation of dark era from inside out, yeah. So all these places will start being more awakened, and the ripple effect, the chain, yeah, the ripple effect, that nurse that received the near-death experience, and they came to this realization. Then 2 rooms later, the surgeon gets a near-death experience or some kind of epiphany, and then meets this nurse and says, "Oh my God, I've experienced the same thing, so it's probably not the BS." Okay, and they will start practicing these within those hospitals, within that local hospitals, and then it will start doing the ripple effect. More people will awaken, so that the shadow governments, they know it already, that it's inevitable. That's why they try to do all these distortions. Yeah, same with the, I'm gonna speak about it because it's a big thing now, so-called immigrant situation in the big developed countries. It's also their agenda, and you will hear it in future. This was also channel message, right? So listen up. It's part of everything. It's all interconnected. And I don't care if people not gonna believe me, because I know that this tree is coming to the light, so I'm fine with that. So basically, it's also shadow government's agenda to create distortion and division among humans, okay? Because there's a lot of resources, there's a lot of things, and people are not meant to divide each other or themselves based on some kind of countries or borders. But what they created, those so-called immigrants that are, I don't know, illegals, and that hostility mindset towards them, it's the dark agenda, so that they would distract humanity from the real shit that's happening behind the scenes by shadow governments. So they wanted to create the how do you say, mutual, some kind of mutual enemy or whatever you say. Yeah. Oh, so everybody now, yeah, all these developed countries, like yeah, that these so-called dark immigrants agenda is now very like happening. Yeah. So they would start focusing on that and being distracted by that, so that the shadow government could continue doing their shadow stuff, you know. But we need to realize that we need to be aware of it and stop feeding on it, stop eating the crap. Okay, we need to stop being going against humans, part of us, and start thinking, okay, why is this happening, where is this root coming from? We need to be more aware of it, and that's how we can change that, so they no longer have any other dark agendas, whether it was the pandemic shit or whether it's now the immigrants or the wars or whatever. They always take out something so that they distract humanity from the real shit that's happening, okay, that they are preparing. So we have to be more aware, not to get fooled, brainwashed or blindsided anymore, not to get distracted by something that was deliberately created to make divisions among humanity, because we are awakening from within. Therefore, what does it mean? More we awaken, more we unite. And what happens when humanity unites? The 1% of dark shadow elites have no power over us. Lose control, lose power, lose validity. That's why they are doing all sorts of distortions, then paying millions of different actors and actresses, not in a literal sense, but you know, they paid out to create distortions and this kind of like discrimination, hostility mindset. We need to be smarter than that as a humanity, because we need to start seeing the pattern. Okay. Oh, first it was pandemic, the same pattern. Now it's another kind of like a the war in there and war in here, you know, and we don't even know where the actual truth is, you know, because all our people eat up is what happens in the mainstream media and what they are fed by. Okay. And then the mutual lie travels the miles and creates this so-called fake truth, yeah, which is not the truth. Actually, truth will come from within, and you will hear this from many sources, because it's all coming to us channelers as a collective message. Okay, so all this is going to be like from left and right. You may hear it from left and right and all these things. So guys, like, remember, don't get fooled. Okay, don't get into it, even with these immigrants things. Okay, Don't get fooled by that. It's distortion, distraction. Yeah, and whatever's happening, it's just a high level. I'm not saying that there are people doing bad things, right? But that mutual, like that the common information that has been portrayed in medias is the lie. Yeah, nothing is as it seems, nothing is as it's portrayed in the mass media. Question everything, guys. Question everything you see and find the truth within. Okay? Or go to all sorts of sibyllas, not in literal sense, but I would rather believe somebody who can tap into Akashic records and tell me the truth, what's actually going on, than ever listening TV news. Let me tell you that. Or listening the authorities speaking bullshit. They're all paid. They go where the money is. Okay? And those that don't go where the money is, they go because they're scared of the authorities above them. It's all about the domination. We need to be more smarter than that. And all this is going to come to light. I'm telling you. All this is going to come to light. Nothing new under the sun. Ayurveda, yes, I love Ayurveda. I would love to actually tap into it more. Yeah, don't get yourself silenced by those masses, yeah? Yes, exactly, confirmation from a phone. It's always the confirmations. Okay, I feel guided. Harun, by the way, welcome to my channel. Why fraud and fake people are flourishing and honest people are suffering? Okay, I want to tap into this, okay? Honest people are suffering because we see the truth and we no longer can sustain in this fake reality. Those people that are flourishing are unconscious people that still are not awakened and don't understand what's going on around them. That's why they're flourishing, because they're flourishing in their fake world, unconscious of what's going on. But we are awakening. Those of us that are suffering because we see the truth, we feel it from inside, we see it, and we can no longer vibrationally accept that. We cannot really live in that. It's stifling us, and it's for the highest good of us, okay? It's to help us get out of that and shift, okay? Shift or move from the environments that are no longer sustaining our vibration or our knowing, our awakening. So if for our highest good, because more we awaken, first wave is the suffering, the depression. You fall into, as soon as you awaken and you start seeing what's going on, actually, first of all, you fall into deep depressions and you're suffering because you integrating what you just realized that you've been living. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you remember Truman Show? That's a good example of what's actually going on. Yeah, you go through this awakening and you're realizing that you are actually living in the fake construct of dark shadow reality. Yeah, false matrix. And more you realize and more you start, or Matrix movie, yeah, another example, they tried to show us through those movies, those that already awakened, yeah, those trailblazers, the first, not first, they were like already awakening like few people before, but those artists and all that awakened already, yeah, they tried to show us the truth and help us awaken through the movies, because the shadow agendas, shadow governments had couldn't touch it. Maybe now they already created whatever laws that they try to, but there was also freedom of art, so they could actually hide the truth behind the genres called sci-fi, yeah, so that it could be hidden in a plain sight and protected, so that the shadow governments couldn't how do you say, I hear demolish, couldn't you know Jesus, I keep forgetting words, you know what I mean, like couldn't really touch it with their dirty claws, I mean. Oh my god. Anyways, so that's why, okay, uh, it's just a temporary, because we need to suffer to be able to crack those fragments that had been uh, done by a programming brainwashed uh, society that we were born into, and uh, even worse if we were born into unconscious parents that knew nothing and they were teaching us the same false matrix programming. So it takes time for the being of light, the cosmic soul that is meant to awaken self and then others, to actually get out of that false programming. Yeah, it usually happens in adulthood, sometimes in teenagehood, because you grow up in unconscious environment, unconscious family members, unconscious environment, societies, uh, schools indoctrinations, medical pharma indoctrinations, mass media indoctrinations. It's all false matrix, and it hurts first. It kills us from inside when we awaken and realize the truth and start seeing it. And more we start being aware, more truth comes out. Okay, and we start realizing it more and more and more. That's why we're going through this very deep suffering first, and then obviously when we try to change, the negative energies try to block us, block this, because if the negative uh, so-called collective energy uh, is diminished by our light and our awakening, what happens? It's gone, and it doesn't want to be gone. It wants to survive. It wants to feed on something, feed on someone. So they have their own so-called representatives of tricksters that try to block you. Okay, manifested in karmic people, manifested in all sorts of negative situations and beings. That's why we have to be very strong. Those of us that are a purpose is to awaken within this lifetime and be awakening others, be the new leaders. Those of us that are awakened, they're truly embody our purpose and not afraid, even though we are one in the entire unconscious environment. We still have to stick with our own beingness and the inner truth, because we are going to be creating that new earth. We're going to be the new leaders, new teachers, yeah, new healers. So stay strong, okay? 144. I'm telling you, the chosen ones, the Pleiadian codes, the chosen ones, we are those that will create the new world. Therefore, we are those that will dismantle the old one, the old construct, false construct, because we are going to be the healers, the speakers, the teachers, the trailblazers, the leaders, the guides, the oracles, all that is going to come to light. That's why you all are guided to channels like mine and other channels. 10-15 years ago, channels like mine would be absolutely taken like some woo-woo bullshit. Now, there are thousands of channels like mine, thousands of channelers, psychics, healers, and it became a normal thing. People seek it, people are guided to it, people are drawn to it, people start realizing and it's not such a woo-woo anymore because the truth is resonating from within. That's why. It's not that we will be putting all those magic on you guys and we will be like putting all the spells on you. The truth resonates from within, and it cannot be fooled by any shadow governments. It cannot be fooled anymore. Checkmate, baby. Checkmate, Shadow Mother FF. I don't want to say it. I almost said it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so. I then knew it. Okay? I once heard, I don't know where was it anymore, but it was some kind of also a channeler or somebody ages ago, like 10 years ago, that was actually, or was it the actual agent himself? I'm not too sure. But there was an agent that was tapped into his higher senses, was clairvoyant, and it could tap also into Akashic records. Shadow government found out about him, so they called him, right? True story. They called him and they hired him as their looking glass agent, so that it would explain them what they actually saw in the looking glass. Yeah? And he showed them, he told them, they saw the mass awakening of humanity and dismantling of the shadow government agenda and all that they're been trying to in this toxic patriarchal okay I'm not going to be swearing society, realizing that they no longer have a power. They will be dismantled, and the mass control that they were building for so many centuries will be basically checkmate. And he told them that however long you try to prolong this and delay this checkmate for you, shadow governments, is inevitable. This planet Earth and humanity, civilization, is destined to awaken in this era. You have no chance. It's checkmate, babies. And however long you try to prolong it, in the chess, you take your pawns and you do left, right, back, front, left, right, yeah. I'm gonna break this up, break this up, break this up, just to prolong the game. When you see that it's already one step and it's checkmate. So many of those gave up, and those hybrid beings that still think they can do something, still trying their strengths movements, but it's coming to the light. We are literally coming to the light from left and right, front and back, so there's no chance for them. So we need to keep that information so that we're not gonna get ourselves back to that fear-based agenda that they want humanity to be kept in. The fear-based agenda. Fear is the lowest vibration, and they use it against us for centuries. That is why all these things are happening. Why they constructing the wars, they're constructing the epidemics, they're constructing the immigrants and all those things. Just to keep humanity in fear. There will be lack, you will be doomed, you will have all this bad. There's all sorts of resources. The planet is abundant. If it was spread evenly to every possible being, I'm not talking only about humans, but I'm talking about animals and nature, it's abundance. But shadows, governments, and I'm talking about all sorts of leaders all around the world, are keeping it like They contaminate the truth, basically. It has to be told, I've been guided. Yes, not even mentioning, Lilith, that doctors don't treat the root. They are like auto mechanics, they only treat the symptoms. But if you don't treat the root of the issue, you can continue treating symptoms, but the new symptoms will start appearing. Yeah, we need to get to the root of all the issues in metaphor. Yeah, it's already happening. We are literally, we souls like now that exist on this era, we literally came here deliberately, especially those of us um, beings of purpose. Yeah, I don't really enjoy saying the chosen ones because it smells like something better than anybody else. We are all same level, but some are more unconscious, some are more conscious. So when I said those of us already conscious, yeah, we are the ones that must speak about it, act upon it, change our lifestyles that resonates with this inner truth, so that we can be an example for those unconscious ones and awaken them through the example. We will see a lot of more feminine leaders. And as we speak, extraterrestrial beings like Pleiadians, Arcturians, Yael, yeah, Galactic Alliance Federation already working with the good leaders, those that already awakened, that already building something behind the scenes, yeah. Mass media is manipulated and still kind of paid by the shadow government, so you cannot see much in the TV news, yeah. But behind the scenes, they're already forming different kind of groups and alliances. One of those is called White Hats, yeah, because they already working on behalf of the good part of the beings that already awaken, and they want to bring the humanity into ascension and the love and harmony again, like it used to be in Lemuria. Yeah, and I now received the guidance, the channeled message, okay, from Pleiadians, that even the word white hat, I tell you one thing, I just feel guided to say it. And it's literally channeling. Never really heard that information before, so I'm just channeling what my Pleiadians are actually telling me right now. They even in history wanted to discredit the word white hats, therefore they created a racistic habits that resemble that, so that people would have a negative imprint to that word. I'm not saying that what the KKK did is the disgusting. It was a part of the shadow government agenda to create distortion and division, and that killed the billions of innocent people of different races. But the fact that they chose to have all those habits, yeah, and white colors, so that people would start connecting it with the actual alliance that calls themselves white hats, but has nothing to do with the negative shit happened in the past. So be careful, guys, in case you may hear in the TV news something like when the shit hits the fan, yeah, the shadow government will try to modify the truth again. So just think about it. When you hear the White Hat Alliance, it's the good guys, okay? These are the actual people and extraterrestrial being alliance and all higher vibrational beings, yeah, that are trying to work behind the scenes to dismantle and destroy the credibility of a shadow government and the dark matrix. Yes, so same with open contacts. The shadow governments will try to create the false narrative and already have created drones that look like a spaceships and try will pay the mass media to portray that, oh look, they're attacking us, but it's not the actual extraterrestrial beings attacking, but the drones are driven by the shadow government or shadow militaries that are paid by them. So there'll be a lot of distortion in that as well, so you need to have a discernment. I already said in past live streams, have to have a discernment what is true and what is not. And how you find it? From within. You will feel it. The real extraterrestrial beings will send you first the energy of love and peace and comfort. Like you will feel the energy before they appear. Okay, you will feel the beautiful, and I speak from my own experience. You will feel the beautiful love, the inner peace, no fear whatsoever, and then they eventually encounter you. So that's the difference. If you will feel fear, it's not the alliance, it's not the Galactic Federation, yeah, it's not the real ones, it's the part of the shadow government puppets. So it had to be told because all this is gonna come to light. I don't care if people think I'm crazy, I don't care. It's all coming to the light, so I trust. So let us just have a discernment, okay? The extraterrestrial beings that are actually the Pleiadians, Arcturians, Andromedans, Styrians, Lyrians, or Lyrans, yeah? Sasani. Who else? There's many of them. But just to name a few, these are fifth density, higher vibrational beings and higher, yeah, up to the 9th or 12th density. Yael, okay? These are the good guys. These don't operate on polarity, meaning negative, positive. They operate already on unity and love, okay? They already did the inner work and they shifted eons of years ago. So those that work with the shadow governments are the polarity beings. If there are still any left, they're polarity beings. Yeah? But who does the actual shit is collaboration of shadow humans with perhaps even shadow polarity beings. But we need to have a discernment, okay? Need to always tap into our inner truth and what we feel intuitively. That's why all sorts of lessons that we're receiving are always guiding us to believe in our intuition. That's why there is so many chaos around us, because it's teaching us, beings like us, to rely not on external validations but on our internal truth or our intuition. That's why, yeah, sometimes we need to learn through negative experience because we are so stubborn or so programmed by centuries of programming. Who said that? When the truth becomes, when the lie stays for long time, it becomes so-called truth or something like that. Okay? It's a false narrative, so-called truth. So that's why we receiving the awakened ones and the conscious ones receiving lessons that may make us feel suffering, but it's because we are meant to be guided. We are guided to rely on our intuitions and our own inner truth and seek the truth underground, behind the scenes, between the lines, not in the mainstream. Whatever is in the mainstream at this current era is still sponsored by the shadow governments. So there's no truth in there. We need to have a discernment. I was guided to say it, guys. We still didn't even get to the ancestors, but Asana Masters, but this had to be done. Yep. Sheep in wolf clothing. But and I don't. Yeah. That's it in metaphor. But if you think about the precious animal like sheep and the wolves, they are such a precious animal. They don't deserve to have such a bad bad. Yeah, but it's that's how they call it. Yeah. Of course they do, Sai. Government is one piece of crap. It's all manipulation. We need to be stopping. And what? Okay, so, why suffering? Collective consciousness of humanity is the beyond the actual things going on. Yeah. And what it's teaching us in this era, sovereignty. Yeah. Coming back to our senses, our higher senses, sovereignty, choosing sovereignty, not obeying someone, okay? Not choosing authorities and relying on some authorities, but choosing sovereignty, choosing freedom, choosing our own self, yeah? And choosing not to participate in their agendas, in their distorted system of slave working, yeah, their dirty money agendas and all that stuff. But create your own sovereign businesses, create your own sovereign platforms based on your true talents, your true sovereignty and self. Okay, financial reward comes afterwards when the vibration is aligned. We just need to trust what we were born to do and create our own sovereign small little platforms, small little businesses, and create it based on our truth, sovereignty. And that way we can distance from their system of new world order bullshit system and all that being this toxic masculine shadow patriarchal society has created. They have an almanac, like a Back to the Future almanac that this guy stole and went to the past or future, and this negative guy, I don't know what was his name. They actually truly have an almanac. The Back to the Future was again yet another awakened hidden message in there, yeah. So they do actually follow almanac of their shadow society, yeah. Rockefeller, Rothschild, all these MFs. I wish I could say it loud. That word actually, that word MF, really always makes me feel like, oh, it's my relief. So they follow it. If this doesn't work on this control of humanity, let's create pandemic. Or if the pandemic doesn't work for humanity, let's create another source of fear. Let's create a fake wars, or let's like expand it, yeah, and to create like false narratives, and then bombard it, but it comes from absolutely different source than the mass media portrays. Yeah, let's pay this, let's pay this. They actually do have almanac. They have all these shitty agendas written, so that each shadow government that comes after hold on. What do you mean you will conform, Tim Wood? Conform, comply with rules, standards and laws. I'm not complying to anything. I'm complying to my own truth. If I understood that word. Sorry, I had to Google what conform means. I don't really know that word. But I'm not obeying anyone. No way. I'm way too Sagittarius in it. Hello Shiv, welcome. Welcome to my channel. Hello V Dreaming. Welcome to my channel. 3:33 a.m. Yes. We need to speak about it because we need to open each other's eyes, guys. And those that speak up and suddenly disappear, we must know why. Yeah, there are a lot of lost lives because of that. It needs to stop. Dear Sue, you lived off the grid for 30 years, never paid a bill or even had TV. It's only last few years I've noticed things are changing, not for the better. Yeah, but guys, just let us remember, everything is energy. If we focus on that negative, we co-create that vibration. We need to focus and visualize how we want to see the new earth, the world. We need to help and co-create the positive. Okay? So let us, if you find yourself for the moment in that lows, yeah, because you see certain situations around you, whatever, yeah, don't feed on it too long, don't dwell on it for too long. Realize that everything is energy. Thoughts and the words are spells. Thoughts are powerful, okay? And vibration is the what changes the and manifests. So you need to get yourself as much as you can back to a vibration of positivity. So visualize how you imagine the beautiful world, then vibrationally get in there. That's how we can all co-create and manifest the positive world. Remember us. We need to remember, even the planets are not as tangible as we think. It's all so-called construct. Yeah, there are different versions of planet Earth that we are shifting into. So we can only shift from one version to another by shifting the consciousness. That way we shift to the new Earth. We are not taking that old polarity Earth. That old polarity Earth will still stay somewhere in the cosmos as a one part of the version. And only people that will stay in that mindset will live on that version. But those of us that are shifting our consciousness, we are shifting to another version. We co-creating another version of a planet Earth with a higher vibrational consciousness, where we co-create the world and the life that we want to live. Okay, so that's why we have to realize that the cosmos, multiverse, yeah, is all energy and vibration, and we are co-creating different versions with every thought and every imagination that we do, and we co-create, and more the masses co-create similar frequency vibrational version. That way we shift. Yeah, we are shifting, we are shapeshifters, we are shifting to the actual versions of planet Earth that we vibrate in, and we embody with imagination and with visualization where we want to live. If we focus on the negativity, we stay vibrationally stuck in that version of the planet Earth that we will continue experiencing the reality of. So we cannot really change the entire I hear trajectory. Sometimes I receive words that I'm not so familiar with in my vocabulary, but it comes like that. Yeah, it's too much for me. So basically we are shifting. Okay, so let us, each time you catch yourself to focus on that negative situations that you, let's say, observe or whatever, you know, if you don't have a possibility to physically help somehow, okay, at least visually and with your vibration and with your thoughts and with your words and with journaling or whatever manifestation, try to co-create a version of planet Earth where this is not gonna no longer gonna exist. That's why they stopped, you know, that's another one not channel message that I am receiving now. That's why they created all those false narratives as well, like they this discredited, yeah, I don't think it's an exact word, but let's use it. They discredited the validity of the word uh, utopia, yeah, as something like woo-woo thing. When people started like manifesting, yeah, doing the actual active manifestation, yeah, talking about this beautiful paradise world and all that, what the mass media society started doing, uh, it's just a utopia, you're just naive and all that stuff. That's also agenda. It came from the same source. So we need to stop believing their false narratives. They try to this value or discredit all those important parts of us that create a positive manifestations on purpose, so that we would think that we have no power. We are just powerless motherfucking, sorry, it's out, puppets that don't know how to create, so that they would always keep us obeying somebody. You know, we need to be careful how we think, how we, where do we put our focus on. I do have a healthy obsession with the MF word, actually. I don't really swear, but that word usually, I don't know, it just makes me feel, it calms me down a little bit. I've heard somewhere that actual swearing words are not as bad sometimes. Obviously, if you're not vulgar. I don't like vulgars. Okay, I don't like vulgarity. I can say shit. I can say like a swear word. I don't like vulgar stuff when it is actually, you know, vulgar. Whether it objectifies or sexualized vulgarism that humiliates. Yeah, I don't like those things. That's not grace. That is not morality. So I don't like vulgar jokes that humiliate feminines or even masculines. That I don't like vulgar sexual jokes or vulgar a humor that humiliates, objectifies, or sexualizes, or that is some way, shape, or form offensive towards, I don't know. I don't like racistic jokes, sexual, vulgar jokes. I don't like vulgar humor. I don't like vulgar expressions that are actually the word vulgar that is against actual morality of principles and values that I stand for. You know, very important moral values and spiritual values and principles. Like I don't like that. That is below grace or below morality of actual human being that should be. So there's a difference between swearing some innocent word that just help you filter. versus being intentionally vulgar. I cannot, I lose respect, and that's it, really. So that's a difference. Do you guys agree? You confirm. You wrote conform, and I thought you mean like conform, mm, whatever it was saying it means. Conform, comply with rules, standards, and or laws of a person, behave according to socially acceptable conventions and standards, be similar in form or a type. Agree. So I thought you meant that. But you meant confirm. That's good. That's good. Okay, Shantaya, hello. We already did. Yeah, you agree. Perfect. So to have this out of the chest, I think that um, we can speak a little bit about that. You see, spirit guides always guide me where I'm meant to go. Before I went to the live stream, I was talking to my spirit guides, in my usually meditative ritual before I start doing these live streams. And I always ask my spirit guides, what may I be a channel of divine wisdom or divine messages that is relevant for this particular live stream and for my collective. And sometimes I do have a like a plan, and then eventually it just goes absolutely some other direction, because my spirit guides know better. Yeah, they know what my collective vibrates on, what kind of energy, and what am I meant to speak that is most relevant for the higher learning or highest good of a actual collective that is listening this particular live stream. So I'm usually very open, and that's a good part of me being Sagittarius, because Sagittarius people, we are very open-minded, and we are very spontaneous, so we don't need to have a strict plan or rules, and we go with the flow. So this particular moment I was meant to speak about this uh, because of some relevance for whatever collective is going to come across this video, including you guys in a chat perhaps. So that's how it usually works. Can't believe it's already dark. So I hope you enjoyed this, and we can perhaps continue again. We spoke for 2 hours and we haven't even touched any asana master yet. So guys, are you still open for asana master, or would you prefer to have a live readings? Because I feel more guided again to I could actually do the asana master and then cut it out, and cut out the asana master's part, and put it in the video form. If you guys into it, we could do that. But I'm gonna take a little minute break. So hold on a second, take a deep breaths, okay? Um, yeah, so give me a second, okay, guys? I'll be back in a sec. I'm back, guys. Thank you so much for your likes, everyone, and for sharing this sacred space with us. I'm grateful. Yeah, Luna, actually, I wanted to ask as well, if you feel better, because I read in the chat that you didn't feel good last time. 221. And Sue, how are you feeling, girl? How is everybody feeling? So, guys, okay, let's get on with this beautiful topic of Asana Masters, and then I'm just going to cut it out, and I will remember that I started in 2 hours and 21 minutes, so that so dear Lilith, what's the story? Okay, let's cleanse this energy, and let's cleanse our timeline where we as a collective currently are. Okay, 222. So take a deep breath if you want to do this ritual with me, and let's cleanse this sacred space and the actual timeline. We are now safe in our energy field and the timeline where we manifest love, light, harmony, peace, freedom, sovereignty, truth, justice, abundance for all, happiness for all. No lies can ever control. Only truth prevails. Only justice and sovereignty. As we awaken and rise, as we ascend, may the entire humanity awaken into consciousness where none of these negative energies have any power over us anymore. May everyone receive what deserves. May we all thrive in love, light, harmony, and peace, freedom, sovereignty, truth, justice, abundance, happiness, peace, joy. May we co-create the new earth based on these principles and values. Respect and independence, liberated from the negative shadow. Hallelujah, namaste. Thank you, divine angels, archangels, spirit guides, for keeping us safe and protected. Thank you, Asana masters and teachers, for joining us to this beautiful sacred space that now will be all about you. Please, divine beings of light, masters and teachers, Asana masters, angelic realm, for supporting this space. And please, we welcome you to join us and share the wisdom, co-create this truth, and let it resonate within the hearts of all that watch this. Let it activate all the wisdom that is there already, known within us, waiting to be received, expanded to the light. Hallelujah. okay, everybody. I definitely resonate with all of you girls. This weekend has been very heavy. I also feel deep, heavy waves. But that's why we are here as a soul tribe, to support each other. Yeah. I'm sending you love and light to everyone, and the healing to you, Lilith, and to anyone that feels bad in these times. To you, Sue, as well, to everyone. Luna, Sai, V Dreaming, Shantaya. Okay, so let's go for it and start. So I'm gonna remember that in 227 I started it. Okay, so Asana Masters. We're going to talk about them now in more deeper level. Okay. Mm, okay, I have a two set of notes here. I think I'm gonna read the first one, and then we're going to elaborate deeper on each of those on the second one. Okay. Um, hmm. Okay. So let's start with Jesus. We know him the best, at least in Western society, I guess. So that could be good start. So Jesus, also known as Yeshua, his real name in his region where he was born. Um, Jesus and Yeshua, and I wonder if he's. I'm gonna try to channel him if he will be able to. And feel free to add whatever you wish, you feel. Okay, it's good to co-create whatever you can share in the chat. So Jesus and Yeshua, the Christ consciousness, and the path of love made flesh. So from cosmic akashic records perspective, yeah, the Jesus isn't just primarily understood as someone who came to establish an institution or religion. Okay, we know that already. He came to embody the actual frequency, yeah, of God within, and was guiding, as we said, everyone to our hearts, because that's where we connect to the source. Okay, to through the heart, and then also through the chakras we can expand to the consciousness. So the frequency is often called Christ consciousness, is the consciousness of the level that Jesus Christ soul, that incarnated as Jesus Christ, was. The uh, the realization of the Christ consciousness is that the divine love is not somewhere outside of us, but it is conscious through us. Yeah, as we say, he was always say, God is within you, God is within you, and then the shadow government started, or those times were started to say, oh, God is this white beard guy on the like on the outside, constantly punishing us and make us feel like sinners. So he was actually guiding us through within us, yeah, opening us through within. When he was healing, when I was describing that how the Reiki healing works in, I think it was last live stream, that the healer and the healed one have to meet and align with the frequency. So it's not that a healer can heal you, but you're gonna be doubtful and skeptic. But you need to raise that and meet the healer in the middle with your truth, with your trust in that healing, as well as a frequency. Yeah, hello Lisa, welcome. So the Christ was teaching that. So when he was healing others, it's not that he would be God that has like is miracles and doing all these miracles, but he was very well established and evolved healer. He knew how the frequency works. He was awakened. He knew how the frequency and energy of a human being works. So therefore, he, with the words, as words are spells, he knew how to activate certain codes. Yeah, he was guided also by the galactic beings, Pleiadians, Arcturians, Andromedans, yeah, Syrians. He and Andromedans, Andromedans, Syrians, Arcturians, they all are healers, and I see 23333, okay, and 911. So he knew how to communicate through the frequency, as well as he communicated. He was very tapped in, really. So he was a higher vibrational soul incarnated to that era to help humanity in the first wave of consciousness, to bring the consciousness of love and the God within into that era. And therefore, the people eventually could walk, could suddenly manage to be healed, because he helped them to move to his vibration through whatever he was saying to them while he was healing them, and he helped them to believe in him and in that. That's why he was always saying, believe in me, or believe in you, and whatever he was saying, he was activating those codes and those understanding, so that these people would come to his vibration and eventually heal themselves through him and his permission slip. He was like a permission slip to them, basically, because we all can self-heal, but we don't trust ourselves, we don't believe in ourselves. So that's how he was an alchemist, that he could actually work with frequency, and he knew how to connect with these people. That's why he also could do all these things like walking on the water and all this stuff. It's all about the power of a thought and the belief. So he was very high vibration and high level, a very tapped in being, okay? And he wasn't God as they tried to portray him, like he's the God out of this world. He was incarnated human, but he had these abilities because he was very tapped in. Yeah. And so it can become conscious through you. So Jesus therefore becomes the archetypes of divinity embodied in human consciousness, and not escaping incarnation. Yeah, he wasn't rejecting the body, he just knew how to work with all that, work with this 3D, and still being tapped into the higher vibrations and higher densities, bringing spirit into matter. Yeah, and that's how he was operating during those times. But obviously those times were very much in era of Pisces, which was like a very much like into the illusions. So they were not having it. Therefore, he also was perhaps speaking too much to wrong ears and wrong eyes. Therefore, eventually they did kill him because of the fact that sometimes his trust in humans and his love for humans brought him to the wrong places where those people took advantage of it. So um, his deepest teaching, the kingdom is within. Yeah, the God is within. But at those times, he called it kingdom because he needed to relate to the mindset of these people. In those times, they were all about kingdoms and those kings and all those things. So he needed to find a relatable word where he actually can relate to their mindset. That's why it was called the kingdom is within, but it was actually the God, the source of all that is within you. Okay, so one of the most profound things attributed to Jesus is teaching that the kingdom of God is not simply, we say that, as an external place one reaches after death, but he was teaching that you could reach it even while you are on this earth. You just need to talk to your higher self, basically. Now everybody talks about it, so, yeah, everybody knows it, like at least those of us that are in those spiritual circles. Yeah, now it's a mutual truth, like it's natural. But in those times he was one of a kind, and because there was no internet, there could be many Jesus's similar Jesus's kind of mindsets walking around that earth, but because there was no internet, they didn't meet each other, so nobody knows about them. But that's how it actually worked. So he was just very tapped in being, high level soul. Okay. Uh, okay. So also he was trying to teach people what we now already everyone is like more or less
Hello,
teaching.
it's Alexander. Today I'd like to show you how I made one of the most popular tracks on my channel, which I know many of
It
you
just
are
literally started
resonated
itself.
with.
I don't know what is it.
Alright,
Hold on.
first I started with a 4-chord structure.
Okay, hold on.
Hammer, E
Something
flat
turned
major,
on. Okay. So that the divine is already within the consciousness. Yeah, so he was teaching that we have the consciousness. We are not just this limited mind. Basically, that's why he came. It was just the first kind of like a, in those times, first person that started speaking about it uh, more publicly. He was meant to be the activator of that frequency within us, that truth within us that was dormant in those times of those people. The spiritual journey, he was teaching also that uh, that spiritual journey isn't about earning God's love, as some religions try to portray it to, again, instill a fear in humanity. Yeah, you have to earn God's love because he will punish you because you're already sinner, because Jesus died for you. You are already sinner. You don't deserve. You need to be fearful. And it's all it was just the agenda to instill fear in people. So he was trying to teach that it's not that you're always loved because the source you're part of the source, you're part of so-called God or source. So source is not going to go against itself. Yeah, it fragments. Yeah, it did fragment for higher learning, to experience the negative contrast, so that the source itself through that negative contrast could grow. So that's what it was trying to explain, but those people in those times couldn't really grasp it, the understanding of it. So that's why it all became, plus there was obviously their shadow so-called leaders or whatever that had their agenda, so they also participated in how Jesus ended up eventually. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, apparently he was a Jew. Yeah, but all these kind of distinct the divisions between races and all those cultures, it was all created to divide humanity. So he was more about removing all those liars, yeah, that prevented humanity to recognize that uh, it was all about like this kind of narratives were all about fear, shame, separation, yeah, judgment, hatred, division, identification of ego, yeah, with the ego. I mean, identification with the ego rather than the higher consciousness. So he was teaching something like you are not trying to become worthy of divine love, but you are awakening to the fact that you were never separate from divine love, from the love itself, from the source. You were one. You were part of it. So it was literally teaching everyone that we are one. We are all part of the source. We are just different fragments, just like we are teaching now. Everybody, like whoever's going through this spiritual guidance. So, what was his frequency? What was that Christ consciousness frequency, right? From Akashic perspective, Christ consciousness, yeah, Akashic records, from Christ consciousness could be described as a point where love plus wisdom plus sovereignty plus compassion and plus truth are unified. Yeah, all of it is unified. Whilst what we see now in this patriarchal society, they try to portray those other things that I was reading. Yeah, the fear, the separation, the division. That's why they create. So he was. That's why he was so hated by those elites in those times. You know, because he was spilling the beans, basically. Yeah, he was spilling the tea, as they say. He was not wanted because he was talking the truth, and they didn't want the masses to know that. Plus, at those times, yeah, humanity wasn't yet ready to grasp it because the frequency was way too low. Yeah, but he was meant to be the first kind of like a trailblazer, as you say. So that was important. What the Christ consciousness was, or Christ himself, and the actual Christ consciousness was the fundamental about his teachings. Yeah. So even Jesus wasn't always nice and gentle. He was still incarnated in human body. He had his anger, he has his lessons, he did mistakes. It's not written in the Bible, but he was a human being after all as well. He was just very tapped in. You know, for those spiritual people that, let's say, embody now, yeah, the fifth dimension consciousness already, and are fully like yogis, you know, those people, like, they also started to be angry and all those things. So he also had that, yeah, but they, eventually he became this incredible godlike creature because people uh, started to portray him that way, yeah, but kept forgetting that he was also incarnated in human body. So he did have the human things. Yeah, he had a girlfriend, Mother Magdalene, Mary Magdalene. He was living his human life as well. Beside that, he was also. I have a. I've received download here. Okay, this is my left ear. I'm going to try. Maybe Jesus consciousness would like to say something. I hear you must teach them to the consciousness is within you, the love and the God is the activation of that consciousness. You must learn to love yourself first. You must start from loving yourself first so that you can see yourself as a reflection in others. You, therefore, I teach love as first principle, because you must first learn to love your own being fully, accept your own being with all the mistakes that you've done, with all those imperfections that you think you have. You must first accept yourself and love yourself fully, so that you can then see the reflection in others. That way we can change the division into unity. That was the teaching that I tried to teach, so that everyone could love one another. No divisions, but unity through love, through heart. That's the pure ultimate core of Christ consciousness. This is what matters the most. The consciousness, the God, is within you, but it activates true love of self first. We cannot deny ourselves and try to love others. We cannot reject parts of ourselves and then accept them in others. We must start from ourselves. We must love ourselves first. We must not be hypocrites to first try to love others, but then hate ourselves, self-loathe ourselves, deny ourselves a part of ourselves. We are but fragments of the source. Therefore, every part of us is something that belongs to us, that we are part of. Therefore, we must learn to love even the shadow of ourselves. Once we love and embrace the shadow and the light of ourselves, we eliminate that as a reflection on the outside. The shadow will not be so hostile on external if we accept that love within. For us, it has to come from the truth and true genuinity, not just talking but embodying it, that love for ourselves. Or else nothing else matters if we don't love our whole self, whole being, even the fragmented being that we are. That's where I started. I loved my whole being, my imperfections, my negativities, my darknesses. I loved them in me because I knew that that's the source of all that reflects on the external. The consciousness of ourselves is within, and the consciousness cannot be divided. Polarity exists because we create polarity within ourselves. We deeply judge and criticize every negative part of ourselves. We are not compassionate to those parts of ourselves. Therefore, we see that as a reflection externally. If we want to create unity on earth, we must create the unity in our inner cosmos, in our inner world. Therefore, dear ones, don't reject any part of yourselves, because that was what didn't work in my era. People hated those parts in themselves. Therefore, they hated reflection they saw in me about themselves. Now, this era is about unity. Consciousness is rising. Therefore, we are coming back. All of us, masters and teachers, are coming back to teach this again in the era where most of you will listen. And therefore, start with yourselves. Before you look outside, look within. This is when you will finally see the results on the outside world. Look within yourselves. Where do you divide? Where do you deny? Where do you reject? Where do you fear? Where do you separate? Where are you hypocrite? Within yourself. And then you will see externally reality changing to your picture. Therefore I say, the love is within you. The God is within you. The consciousness is within you. The kingdom is within you. I am Yeshua, the teacher of love, teacher of God. And you are me in many versions. We all are one and the same, part of one. And I feel very in here like real pressure. This is, I hear what he tries to point. This is the place we must start, and we must open. We must let it liberate, be free. Let the heart be free, liberated of all chains, of all stones and bars. Love yourself. Let love rise. Let love be felt. Let love be expressed freely. The heart is the core of all that is. No more lies are here. The heart needs to come to the front. Nothing else matters. If heart is not free, be open to love, but also be open to pain. Embrace love, but embrace pain with love and compassion. That way you'll be alchemists of a negative energy into positive energy, of polarity into unity, with knowing this truth. You'll be liberated from this false polarity consciousness. And the pressure left. Liberate. Thank you. Thank you, Yeshua, Jesus, for sharing this truth with us. So here you have it. And I could hear him like tapping, like knock knock. I'm ready to speak. So there you have it. He keeps saying it, and he says that they'll be coming, and it's actually something that I felt already in one of my channel messages or meditations, that these asana masters are coming back. Okay, some of them are coming back. I'm not sure if they'll be coming back to actually incarnate in another human bodies, or if they're coming back during that open contact where all those beings as a galactic federations, the white hats. I'm not sure if the part of those white hats are not the some of the asana masters already, yeah, because each time I was channeled the white hats energy, I could feel that there could be possibly some of the asana masters coming. Not sure if they'll be coming in the actual embodied physical bodies, or if they'll be coming from another, like multidimensionally, because we will be in that frequency already, receiving them, just like Pleiadians or Yael, Susanis, yeah, and other beings that choose to actually be seen. So we will only need to wait and see what happens, yeah. And perhaps even some I've heard once in my channel meditations that it could be also certain celebrities that passed over in mysterious ways, that were meant to shift into another dimension, because on this planet Earth, they're being that they came to the part of life where they could no longer influence from this level. So we will wait and see whether some past over celebrities could perhaps come through this open contact as well, where not only, as I said, extraterrestrial beings, but also these teachers, influential beings that incarnated as a celebrities or some kind of influential people, like Martin Luther King as well, yeah, influential people. So we will wait and see which uh, soul leaders will actually come and perhaps be seen for this grand rising, yeah. Very interesting. Thank you so much. So he was also challenging, as he was kind of like in this channeling I could feel that he was trying to say, yeah, that we need to embrace the also part of us that we rejecting, yeah, the negative parts. We are the truth is that those of us, especially those that are healers, the empaths and givers, yeah, we find very hard to forgive ourselves, but we very easily forgive others. You know, that's what he was trying to portray. He was not portray, like point out. Yeah, he was trying to point out like that is kind of hypocrisy, to be honest. Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. Like you can easily forgive others, but where is that same level of compassion for yourself? Okay, why do you treat yourself different? So that's a great teaching of him. He was actually very masculine. I could feel that he was quite masculine energy. Yeah, he was very and I hear he had to gradually grow into it. Yeah, it wasn't immediate. Yeah, he lived his life, so he went through his awakening. He went through his part of fragmentation and being able to connect all these parts and love them at the same time. So he was growing into this, but then eventually he balanced his divine masculine, divine feminine within himself, as well as then he balanced that with his twin flame, Mary Magdalene. Yeah, so he would be really challenging in those times, those people and leaders. Yeah, he challenged hypocrisy. He confronted authority. So just like us indigos, yeah. So he could have been also part of the indigo waves of in those times. Yeah, he he would turn tables and force people to see themselves in a mirror, in metaphor. Yeah, so he wasn't just a cute, pure, gentle being. He was really challenging these uh, in those times, these systems and authorities and those rules and laws that were based on actual ego and fear and control and power. He also withdrew from the crowds. He was not really extrovertish and being like, hey, I'm this party boy. I'm not saying like he he was, but he was more into himself because he was an empath, so he also needed to recharge, and he was always keeping for himself. That was the energy. He also refused to perform miracles to satisfy people's demands. He was performing the healings and all those so-called miracles to prove the point of something deeper than just hey, let me show off so you can believe in me. No, it was always intentional. He was really tapped into his divine masculine mature self, so he was always performing miracles to prove the point to those that needed to see it for the higher learning or needed to experience for their own awakening. So the Christ frequency was both the tenderness, the gentleness, the the love and purity, but also the absolute truth embodied in a challenged uh, ways. He wouldn't be fighting, he wouldn't be like aggressive, but he would be challenging these things. Yeah. So uh, it's something like Archangel Michael's energy. You know Archangel Michael? Yeah. So he was more like very similar to the energy of Archangel Michael. You know, like he wouldn't he wouldn't divide, and the if there needed to be a little bit firm approach to protection, or somehow to be needing the assertivity, he would do that. He wasn't just like a I hear complacent little, you know, gentle boy. He knew how those energies coexist together. He had the balance of divine masculine, divine feminine. So, and that's why he was also teaching that, and divine feminine also activated it in him. Yeah, Mary Magdalene and their love activated all those awakenings in him, exactly as we experience in divine connections now. Yeah, we are activating the divine feminine in our divine masculines. So the Mary Magdalene activated the divine feminine energy in him, and he um, also anchored the divine masculine in her. So it's the same like we are experiencing with our divine masculines and divine feminines when we are in our divine connection, those of us that feel that we are. So the lesson he was teaching really, that is love without truth becomes and he was saying it actually, yeah, uh, enabling truth without love becomes true cruelty. Yeah. So Christ consciousness unites those two together. So one without the other cannot exist. And he was channeling it actually. He was saying it like he was saying it through the channeling. So also from a Akashic perspective, yeah, uh, most a lot of the Jesus teaching um, can be interpreted as a liberation from the ego or identification with a separate self. Oh my god! And it's exactly as he was also channeling it, yeah, that we cannot separate these two. We cannot separate the negative parts of us, shadow parts of us. We need to embrace it, and that's how. Do you remember, guys? Uh, Sometimes when there's a dream that you you are chased by a demon, yeah, there are a lot of testimonies of people that, let's say, recently, months ago, I was watching some uh, podcast or testimony with this guy. I didn't know him before. It was guided to me. What was his name? Darius. His name is Darius. He is this, funny that I'm mentioning him because he reminds me Jesus. He has this like curly hair, and you know how they portray Jesus. And he's teaching out of body experience, yeah. And there's a lot of people that actually do testimonies, and I've watched few testimonies of different people from different levels of society, and most of them were actually saying that they would go out of body, and they would meet with a almost like a shadow or demonic parts of themselves, yeah. And or they experience lucid dreams where they are confronted by a demon or shadow or demonic, or they compared it to like a demon or dark shadow. And as long as they were running from them, those shadows were growing in power. But as soon as they turned and emitted this pure, genuine, compassionate love to that shadow or to that so-called demonic figure that was chasing them, and they turned and they purely like released that fear they kept from they held by seeing them, and they switched into that compassionate love and they hugged that. Suddenly that demon and the shadow disappeared or turned into some loving being. And that's what Jesus was trying to say when he came front. And we all need to make that shift within ourselves. And because everything that we see external, even the shadow governments and everything, is a reflection of what the collective inner self emits. Yeah. So more we embrace our shadows, our inner demons, that way, that's what he's teaching. It's not that I mastered it and I'm teaching you. That's what is coming from him, because I'm still trying to learn embracing my shadows and my demons sometimes. So we all are the students. He was trying to, he showed me the visions, that those dreams. He was showing me those visions, those dreams as a reference. That we need to do that first internally, and then the shadow governments and all that version of that shadow earth will diminish and have no more power over us, because these are reflection of what we actually create from inner world. Makes sense, no? Right, guys? So it's the liberation from the identification with the separate self, the ego. Yeah, the ego says I need to win. Yeah, and the Christ say, who are you when you no longer need to prove yourself in your purest self? Who are you? Or ego says, let's say, they hurt me, yeah, therefore I must hurt them. And Jesus says, like, and can you break that cycle? You know, that pattern, that cycle of that loop, that. Or ego says, like, I will love you if you give me something, yeah, transactional. And Jesus says, but can love exist without possession? Yeah, without conditions, without transactional mindset, that you expect something in return. So yeah, so that's why he was all about this forgiveness, yeah, in his teachings. It's not that like you forgive to think that what you did was okay. You just he was teaching that you need to alchemize it, you need to integrate it, you need to learn from it, you need to change because of it. Yeah, you can say, like, I refuse to let what happened to determine the consciousness I have become. 3:15. I don't know if I manage all asana masters, but we'll see. Oh, Luna, you're leaving? Oh no, Sai is leaving. Okay, guys, I'll be going offline. See you guys soon. See you, Sai. So I hope you're going to come back to this because you wanted to hear the Krishna, no? Maybe I'm going to do part 2. I'll see how it goes, because Jesus is pretty. So yeah, I'm happy that he actually came and channeled. I could channel his main core of the message. That's all. That's all I had actually. So next one we go to Mary Magdalene, because she was his twin flame. We can put them together. Bye bye, Sai. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming and listening. I hope you enjoyed this. So, all right, so let's go to Mary Magdalene. Um, so, Mary Magdalene is the initiative of the heart. Yeah, she's a sacred feminine. She was the twin flame of Jesus, and she embodied all knowing. So, Mary Magdalene was very interesting because her image was really was distorted, interpreted through many different versions of in all different like centuries, yeah, and the places, whatever, they were saying that all sorts of things. So let's see what she truly felt was, yeah, from Akashic perspective. So she is one of she started to be one of those Jesus followers, important followers, and associated with the resurrection. Okay, resurrection. I don't know how to say. Yeah, I don't know, different narratives. So, in a later mystical and esoteric traditions, she become more like an archetype of the awakened feminine consciousness. So divine feminine of the Jesus, and uh, in through the Akashic perspective, yeah, she was teaching. I need to get a mouse. This is ridiculous. It keeps doing its thing. Okay, so her spiritual path it represents this, like divinity does not need to be approached by abandoning the feminine parts. So she was teaching as I said, she was activating in Jesus and man, the divine feminine in them. She was teaching them that because in those times the masculines ruled the world, yeah. Everything was man, 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 man. Woman meant nothing. Woman was just like something, like an accessory, yeah. So she was challenging that narrative, and she was trying to teach men to embody their divine feminine, so that they would more respect as well the divine feminine in them, therefore to respect the divine feminines externally, uh, so not abandoning that feminine part of them. So divine feminine qualities would be that she was teaching would be receptivity, intuition, embodiment, emotional intelligence, sensuality, compassion, creativity, uh, wisdom, yeah, relational consciousness, um, and also I hear uh, equality in divine masculine, divine feminine in a relationship. So there will be no dominance of a man over a woman. Yeah, but it would be more like they complement each other, and they truly are. Hello, good morning, Shi. Welcome to my channel. It's morning in your place, yeah? Okay, you came in right time. We are talking about Mary Magdalene now. So these uh, became a pathways that's which was trying to teach were pathways to awakening of that within the man and within the feminines. So she was teaching that equal respect to each other as well. So she represents that that all is coming through the heart. So not just mere I believe in it, but I am and I know because I have experienced it. Okay, it's called gnosis. I don't know that word. Gnosis through the heart. Knowledge of spiritual mysteries. So, knowledge of spiritual mysteries through the heart. Okay, so gnosis. This is one of the keys to understanding. It's Greek, yeah, Luna? Aha, aha. Thank you for telling us. Luna said it's a Greek word, gnosis. That's beautiful. So, gnosis means direct spiritual knowing. Is one of the major keys to understanding Mary Magdalene, in her esoteric framework. Yeah, knowledge. Very nice, Sue. Thank you, dear Sue. 1 a.m. Yeah, wow, Shiv. Maybe we will have yet another person who nicely falls asleep during my live stream. Just joking. It's lovely. So, gnosis means direct spiritual knowing. So, not intellectual knowledge, not any doctrine that was somebody else's, but like an inner knowing. The teacher that, like, encountered through the divine. Hold on, Pavlina is. Not bad, Paul. Alright, alright. I see. Mindush is here, so she's already eyeing her. Like, what are you doing here? Pavli, do you want to say hello? Pauline came. This is a Pauline. She's a very cuddly rebel girl, aren't you? So, you studied ancient Greek at the university. Gnosis comes from gignosko, to know. That's nice. Which has the same linguistic root of gignomai, to become. The two things are related, Luna says, guys. Thank you, dear Luna, for telling us. Sue says Gnosticism. Okay, you may want to read on that. Yeah. Yeah, Wikipedia says here Gnosis, but we already had a beautiful explanation by Luna. We just add up. Gnosis is the common Greek known for knowledge, as Luna said already. The term was used among various Hellenistic religions and philosophies in the Greco-Roman world. It is best known for its implication within Gnosticism, where it signifies a spiritual knowledge or insight into humanity's real nature as divine, leading to the deliverance of and now am I supposed to find the rest? Leading to deliverance of the divine spark within humanity from the constraints of earthly existence. Gnosis is feminine Greek noun, which means knowledge, as Luna already said. Luna, great. Thank you so much for such an amazing explanation. It is often used for, yeah, I actually used for personal knowledge as opposed to intellectual knowledge. I actually read it in there as well. So yes, so we know what gnosis is. Mm, let's move on. So that was what Mary Magdalene was focusing on most, and also she becomes the archetype of the mystic who knows through the direct experience rather than just some doctrine. Yeah, her authority comes from consciousness rather than institutional position, and that is why she can be profoundly empowering for the feminine. I would like to know if she's going to be willing to share something for us as well in channeling. Magdalene and the body. Um, the sacred feminine uh, says recognize the spirit within the body. Yeah, just like we all know now. But in those times, she was one of those. Uh, I hear initiators that first tried to, I hear, teach women especially, but as well as men if there were some listening. But in those times, there was not much listening of the women. As I said, the patriarchal society in those times were pretty rigid regarding to even listening to what woman says. So women were silenced, women were not listened to, and if they tried to be some way, shape, or form vocal more than the ego of the toxic man that lived in those times could accept, they would punish such a woman, which happened to her obviously. So yeah, but she was, because she was a divine feminine, she to Jesus, she embodied the same inner strength as Jesus. So she wasn't afraid to speak, she wasn't afraid to embody her truth, because she knew within her that that's her purpose. So that's what a mutual purpose of twin flames, divine masculines, divine feminines, eventually become. Yeah, they, because they're connected, deeply connected to the inner core, the heart core. That means that that inner core, but cord, energetic cord as well, they send each other inner strength. So they support each other through this. And I see 414 mutual work, you see, becoming one. Incredible. So it wasn't like leave the body and become spirit, but recognize the spirit within the body, just like Jesus was trying to bring people in within. That's why she was also suffering by those authorities and all those masculine patriarchal society leaders and all those MFs. Uh, so she was teaching that your emotions can become your teachers, that your sensuality can become more conscious, your sexuality can become sacred rather than shameful, which they tried to portray women. 33033, and I was talking about that shame, generational shame that feminines are healing now collectively and carried for generations because of the toxic masculine energy, shaming and objectifying women. Yeah, it wasn't equal. That your creativity can become your prayer, your force. Yeah, divine force. May the force be with you. Yeah, your creativity is the force of all. you are the creator. So she was already the first of those that tried to express it to others so that they would find it within themselves. She was also teaching that your body can become something sacred, the altar, yeah, rather than the obstacles that and I see 3:31:31 that they tried to shame women, objectify the women, and using female body as some object rather than the sacred temple as it was. Yeah, because in Lemuria, a feminines were very sacred because they were the bearers of the new, the children, the new lives, the temples. The bodies were sacred temples. Yeah, the woman's periods were sacred healing for those, yeah, and activation of those divine connection. Yeah, it was all shamed. It was all shamed by the toxic masculines. And it took us, it, look how many centuries it took us to get power back, get the heal that shame within us as a feminine collective. Therefore also the divine feminine within the masculines shaming it, masculines shaming it within themselves. She meant that the desire itself can be brought into consciousness rather than demonized and blindly obeyed. So she was one of the first activators to understand what sexual energy actually is, that it's a divine connection to the source, 33313, and that is the highest vibrational energy, that through that, when you divinely and sacredly connect, to 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 I knew it. I knew it. Mindush is a beast. She's very territorial. I see 414 still. Funny, no? So, okay. So that sacred energy activates the divine power within, okay, that creates this ripple effect of a grid that actually awakens and activates this collective creativity. And that's why they shamed the sexuality and divine feminine and feminine actual temples and bodies, and created all these PORNs, yeah, if you know what I mean, and all that uh, dirtiness around that sexual energies. The patriarchal toxic society created this because they wanted to shame it within the feminine, because they knew how powerful the divine union connection, when they actually culminate into that sexually energy together, it does activate the awakening in the collective. And they were afraid of it because they knew they'll be lost. Those shadow governments will no longer have relevance. So all that is connected. All of it is connected. And now we as a feminines, as well as the divine feminines in the masculine body, you know, we all have yin and yang. So we embody the yin, even though within we still have connection to yang. Men embody the yang, but still they have the yin. So that sacred yin was shamed within the feminines as well as masculines within them. Therefore, the feminines were oppressed for so many centuries and treated like nothing, like we were some accessory to men. and weren't allowed to say nothing, even though we were more intelligent, more connected to the source, and more in tune with intuitions, and we could have created the world like that based on harmony. But we had to obey man's limited perceptions because their ego, toxic ego, used their force, their masculine force, to oppress feminines. It was like, this toxic masculine era, it's like a bully in the class, yeah, is a coward, yeah, in a core. So it uses his bully friends to bully another soul that has an inner strength because they feel intimidated by it. It's the same thing. This toxic masculine society, patriarchal society, has created to us, and that's what a toxic masculine society created to the feminines, because they were intimidated by their power, their inner power. The feminines didn't need muscles to prove their power, just like masculines abused that physical power. Therefore, that toxic masculine society became what it became in those times, yeah? But as we see now in this era, we have progressed that. We have already healed most of it. And this toxic masculine patriarchal society is being dismantled more and more, so we are becoming. Hello Falcon 444. Yes, I keep seeing 444 all the time, and 555 is the change. Something very important is changing in your life, Falcon. Hello puppy. You don't like it? I'm sorry baby. Hello Falcon, welcome to my channel. Welcome. Yeah, 444 pleading codes. So yeah, we are dismantling this toxic society. Divine feminine are awakening also in the masculines, in the men. Men are starting, finally acknowledging and embodying their divine feminine within them, their own yin. Therefore, they start also opening to their actual divine feminines that are, their divine counterparts. But it's all coming now into this important change after centuries of thousands of actually years, or however long, I'm not great in numbers, of this toxic masculine patriarchal dark era. Okay, so divine Mary Magdalene and Jesus were the embodiment of that divine counterparts, the divine feminine, divine masculine, fully in their purpose and in their role. That's why they were so intimidating to those toxic masculine authorities that wanted to use their masculine power to oppress the inner strength in feminines, because they knew they are intimidated by their power. And that's why we have, I am guided to talk about it. That's why we are, many of our divine masculines still process that wound within them and become avoidant, let's say, and intimidated by the inner power of. I become, okay, I was reconnecting, so I'm going to repeat the last sentence. And become intimidated by, became intimidated by that power of the divine feminine, because they are only healing it within them. Yeah, now they are actually very important part of this change, because those that willingly choose to heal that wounded part of themselves, and they overcome that fear and say, okay, I no longer want to be intimidated by my divine feminine and her power. I want to embrace it within me, and therefore I'm gonna go there despite of my fear and approach her and be that masculine for her. These are the important part of this divine change. These are the trailblazers dismantling this toxic masculine society, those courageous masculines that find that courage eventually within them and overcome this collective masculine wound, yeah, that was operating on that feeling of intimidation because of that inner strength of the divine feminines, yeah, and choosing rather wounded feminines because they felt it was easier not to face those fears. So now those courageous ones that say, okay, my love for my divine feminine overpowers my fear and intimidation of her inner strength. These are the important, uh, almost like a heroes, trailblazers. Am I saying it right? That will help co-create that harmony and dismantle this long, centuries long, toxic masculine patriarchal society based on physical masculine power control and silencing and diminishing that yin within the masculines as well as the yin in us feminines, yeah, and that respect and help the feminines as us females, help us to create the harmonic world based on the true balance of feminine yin and yang within and without, by overcoming that fear, and therefore instead of feeling intimidated by this inner strength of divine feminine, they embrace it and honor it. That's why they will change the energetic trajectory. I don't know why I keep having that word in me, but of what was now into what is happening and what is coming into this new earth, and helping these men will help to build a new earth and a new balanced masculine and feminine society where no longer toxic patriarchal society, toxic masculine patriarchal society have any power anymore. So we need to support these kind of masculines in our divine masculines, because that is quite a hard nut, okay, to crack, because it is not only us, we are yes, hero-less. How do you say feminine version of hero? Hold on, my mother is calling. 1 second. Please, guys, remind me what I was saying. Yeah? Hello everybody, I had to give pills to my dog, he's epilepsy, so I had to do that. Okay, so how are you enjoying this topic, guys? Oh, Falcon, thank you. Heroin. Yeah, does it spell the same like heroin? You know, like I have no experience with this, but it looks like the same spelling, which it feels like it's not a coincidence. Maybe yet another dark agenda. Name the most vicious drug the same as a female hero. That doesn't sound very coincidental. You falling asleep, dear Luna? Okay, I'll speak to you soon. Good night, dear girl. Thank you so much for being so kind and being here all the time. Bye, dear Luna. Good night. I hope I wasn't too late. You're from Tasmania, Falcon, yeah? Wow. Tasmania. Very interesting. Yes, dear Sue, are you enjoying? Very good. So, yeah, Mary Magdalene was also very important in those times, yeah? And she unfortunately had to, her soul also knew that maybe probably the hard lesson for that, because the society that Magdalene and Jesus came into was very, very dark and rigid, especially with this toxic masculine in power. So she had a lot of work, and she did her work well, because now we are talking about her and we are revealing that, yeah? Please, Divine Magdalene, is there anything I would you like to add? This. It's important to you. I hear she says, you already mentioned most of my core beliefs and core teachings. My purpose was to open eyes to those that couldn't see and were blinded by those society standards. Feminines were afraid to speak up. They were afraid to express their opinions, their boundaries. And masculines were afraid to feel, to express their compassions. And they were walking with their masks on, afraid of those above. I needed to challenge that. I needed to let the women see and the men to see. That was important. We as women, the goddesses, the important part of source, needed to reclaim what belonged to us, needed to reclaim and prove who we are and how important the femininity is for creating harmony on earth. But those times were too dark to be revealed, and therefore that light couldn't shine through, that density of darkness they carried within them. I tried, and I did, one by one, everywhere I went, and through love for Jesus, we co-created together. We activated hearts that saw our love, that felt it, that experienced our love. They then created ripple effect and taught their children. They were small ripples, but profound ripples. And even if no one else would have speak up out of fear, in their homes they acted upon it. That's what was important for me and for that era. So that you now could speak up. So that you now could change that and create that harmonious balance between feminine and masculine. Because we were courageous to do so back then. All is connected. That willpower within us is what's guiding us feminines to be heard, to be felt, to be expressed. And I feel pressure in my solar plexus. We as feminines activate that willpower in masculines because we are strong. We are heroines. And this is what feminine energy truly embodies. That strength, that inner willpower. That masculines show through their muscles, through their ego, but the feminines show it through their love, through their resilience, through the willpower to be heard even if their voice is silenced or beaten up. And now your era finally sees it, finally reveals that. My mother's calling again. I'm sorry, guys. Hello guys, I need to put my vibration back up. Sometimes the life is challenging. I think I'm just gonna resume next time. There's no point. Give me a second, guys. I need to bring myself back up. Take a deep breath with me, guys. Where's my stone? Let me read you, guys. I need a break for a moment. Thank you, dear Sue. Anyway, how are you enjoying this topic? Okay, guys, I think I'm just gonna finish Mary Magdalene and then I'm gonna go off. I need to meditate or something, salt bath or something. Yes, dear Sue, exactly. The karmic toxic energies are taking over those unconscious ones that then play puppets in the hands of negativity. Okay, this was a perfect example, guys, how important it is to maintain our light and don't let ourselves to be drawn by the darkness that uses the unconscious people, like parents or unconscious people around us, that uses them then to distort that light or that inner balance. So we just have to try to not let it affect us too much and look at it from ego perspective, that these unconscious people, they don't know, they don't remember. Jesus was saying, forgive them, they know not what they're doing, because they were unconscious and driven by those negative energies. And sometimes they are the closest to us in the closest proximity. That's maybe this experience happened to me so that I would speak about the fact that that's That's why it's important for us to always maintain our inner work and always work on our consciousness and be conscious, because if we remain in denial, unconscious, we are easily controlled by the negative energies, and then in astral place they can manipulate us and use us as a puppets and playing the strings. And therefore those of us that are conscious and have unconscious people around us like that, it requires that inner strength what Mary Magdalene speaks of, not allowing them to win. This truly seems sometimes like a spiritual war, but it's for the higher learning of all of us conscious ones, especially those awakened ones that are meant to create a new world where these unconscious people were then will follow. Those souls that have chosen not to awaken, there are also souls that come here and remain unconscious and stay just the followers. That's why it's so important for us awakened ones and conscious ones to go by example so that they can follow, because they won't be able to be the leaders, they won't be able to awaken, and therefore they are vulnerable to those negative shadow energies to manipulate them. They don't even know they are manipulated by those shadow energies, but we conscious ones, we see that. And what is that lesson for us? The lesson to us is not to get to that level, back down, not to hold on to resentments, not to hold on to that negative energy, but to try to find that compassion within them, within us, for them. So for those of you that experience difficulties in your families, in your that's exactly, and it's not a coincidence that this situation happened during my actual channeling of divine feminine representation. Yeah, Mary Magdalene. Perhaps she wanted to show us practical example how the inner strength of divine feminine is important in this society, to change that word. So that's great, Falcon. We are happy to hear that. Exactly, Sue. That's what divine feminines knew all along. But that's what the collective energy of toxic patriarchal society creates when uh, they were building this trap for centuries. And now we are coming to the part where we are dismantling it by not letting that overpower anymore. It's not a concrete battle of powers between us like civilian women and men. It's more energetic, I would say. It's more those unconscious men, just like we saw. Maybe divine feminine Mary Magdalene wanted to show us. There's a lot of unconscious people that in men and in women that still play the puppets. I don't want to judge anyone. That's just energetic read, yeah. Play the puppets, meaning if one is unconscious and not therefore aware, and I feel this comes from the Mary Magdalene, therefore comes unaware of their own sovereignty and their own power. There still is. Do you remember last year I was comparing the polarity as a negative cloud versus positive cloud, like dark cloud versus white cloud? There is the collective energetic blockage, and therefore the manifests in certain negative humans. The truth is, even though some people may not want to believe, the truth is that not all the beings that walk on earth have a soul. Okay? Not all the beings have a soul. Some beings are shells that can be occupied by the negative entities or energies. Yeah? Therefore, they create that polarity. But those that walk with a soul are meant to learn to discern and uh, to help. I'm not saying that all unconscious people no don't have souls. Many unconscious people have souls, but because they, for instance, it's not in their purpose to awaken this time, or for instance they served an important purpose in previous lifetimes. Now that soul perhaps chose to just rest and not doing very important learnings, kind of like a soul pension retirement kind of thing. Yeah. Then they incarnate within the family where one is awakened and going through this awakening journey, and they serve as the contrast to help to awaken that, although unconscious in a way of a spiritual awakening. They're still beyond that physical body, and yeah, the higher level, higher soul, yeah, knows that it just came to play a role for the one that is going through the awakening journey and the spiritual journey. So I'm not saying that our unconscious parents or family members don't have a soul. They do, but maybe they are in that soul retirement period in this lifetime. They're meant to participate in our awakening journey by creating the contrast. Yeah. So, and more conscious and aware we are how universe works, easier we can navigate our spiritual journeys and awakening journeys and not take it so personally. Yeah, it hurts us. Yeah, it does. We still have a human emotions, but because we can already see it in from the ego perspective, we integrate it within us, we understand the higher meaning of it, and we let it go. We don't dwell on it, and then we move forward. So, and then there are the souls, or souls, there are bodies, they are literally just the bodies that create the that are almost like places where certain entities or certain uh, low vibration can occupy for a moment, and these create a collective negative contrast in collective sense. And in shadow government we see a lot of these like that, yeah, shadow governments, and those big shadow uh, elites circles and all that, yeah. So, and more we start seeing it, more we can navigate it, and more we can shift that uh, old false matrix into that new earth. So that's why I'm talking about it, because first I'm guided to it, but second I believe that Mary Magdalene gave me this very tangible example that just happened in a live stream, so that we all could learn from it. It's all good, it's all fine. But yeah, as Lilith, I think Lilith was saying, this weekend's been heavy. It's because we are going through this collective learning, uh, all of us. So for those of you that are going through some difficulties in your families, I'm sending you love and light. Okay, let's see how long is a Mother Mary. Yeah, okay, I finished the Mary Magdalene. So I guess that was it about it's okay, Georgia. There was a small interruption. Guys, can you hear me? Is the chat delayed or is everything okay? Can you say yes if I'm actually live, and if you can still hear me in a real time? Could you say yes? You can hear me, yes? Oh, we have a glitch. Is anybody here? Okay, thank you, Kate. I was starting to be wondering whether we can actually. Okay. So let's continue with this Mary Magdalene, and then I'm gonna wrap it up. We continue next day. Okay, guys. I'm sorry that I won't be doing probably any readings today. It wouldn't be fair. So we're gonna resume perhaps tomorrow. Okay. Anyways, so um, I don't even know what she was saying through my channeling, so I'm gonna replay myself tomorrow. But anyways, so the Gnosis, we read the Gnosis, then we started channeling Mary Magdalene, no? Mystic who knows through direct experience. Yes, she's an archetype of mystic who knows through direct experience. That, oh my god, that's why she showed us direct experience. No? That's interesting. Okay, so Her authority comes from the consciousness rather than institutional positions. And can you see that those of us divine feminine, we operate from the consciousness? That's what makes us strong, and that's what makes us actually also intimidated to wounded masculines, let's say, society. But the divine masculines, they admire it in us because we reflect that in them too. Okay, that's what Mary Magdalene activated within Jesus as well, and that's what we activate within them. If they carry some kind of wound that would not allow them to express their divine feminine within them, the divine masculines on the spiritual journey, they actually admire that within us, and they therefore it activates in them, and then they fully embody it in them. So we all are heroes walking each other home. Yeah? Masculines, as I was saying, that choose to break that cycle of toxic masculine society agenda, and they actually work on themselves, transitioning from the feeling intimidated into feeling encouraged and energized by that inner strength of divine feminine. They're breaking the collective cycle of that toxic masculinity. So they're as well as much important in this grand shift as the inner strength and perseverance and sovereignty of divine feminines. So together they create that divine teamwork, and I see 42929, and through that union and respecting each other's instead of feeling intimidated from each other, we can break that cycle and shift and create the new cycle of a beautiful balance. So let us be proud of those of our divine masculines that choose that inner work, even through the fear, as well as those of us divine feminine that choose that inner work, even through the challenges and inner fear as well. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and that's what Mary Magdalene was trying to even show through the direct experience. Yeah, that ability to shift the consciousness in real life through those challenges, but eventually to shift their consciousness, learn from it, integrate it, raise above it, see it from the ego view, and moving on with strength. So there was actually blessing in disguise what we've just experienced in the real life. Now using my personal experience. You see, I'm okay now because I shifted that and now I see it all, yeah, so I don't worry anymore. So that's how we can all shift that. So authority comes from consciousness rather than institutional position, and that is why she was so empowering for the feminines, and therefore she was empowering that in the feminines, and those feminines were empowering that in their masculines, that they were connected to directly. And then those masculines created a ripple effect, and whatever they experience with their feminines through that higher learning, they could therefore start that ripple effect that changed the perspectives of other masculines, and therefore now in hundreds years later, we feminines becoming empowered. So it's all very important. So that's what she was telling me when I was channeling her. Yeah, that the way, because she was that created that hundreds years long ripple effect that now we can actually be equally important, yeah, and bring back that power. So she was very important part, an important link of that cosmic evolution of humanity, this civilization, this particular civilization especially. So we spoke about the Mary Magdalene and the body part, uh, that recognizes spirit within the body. Your emotions can become teachers, your sensuality can become conscious, sexuality can become sacred rather than shameful. Yeah, that's why if you notice, and I see 433, right? Um, from that toxic masculine patriarchal society where they shamed the feminine, objectified the feminine, created PORN, a era where they absolutely uh, made sexuality something dirty and humiliating and shameful. Yeah, now suddenly the new age, yeah, new age is about tantra, yeah, tantric conscious sexual connections. So we are evolving, we are coming back to the spirit, back to the consciousness. We become the spirit even in those, yeah. So we are divine feminines and divine masculines, embodying already the healthy masculine and feminine balance within them, yeah. Those masculines, they already, and the divine feminines and divine masculines embodying their healthy yin and yangs within themselves as well as in the connection, they participating in this big shift where the sexuality again becomes sacred rather than shameful as the shadow toxic patriarchal society had created. So we are, we are becoming that because Mary Magdalene started that in those times. So you see that ripple effect. So those are the real master teachers. And again, there could have been many versions of Mary Magdalene's walking around the earth, but we only know about her. So it's just like nowadays celebrities, but not gods, just somebody who happened to be publicly known. She was. So your body can become an altar rather than an obstacle, Um, so what happened actually from Akashic perspective, cosmic Akashic perspective, between Mary Magdalene and Jesus, or like what was their actual purpose, yeah, together? What did they embody in that times? So their relationship is interpreted often, yeah, as a union of complementary frequencies, yeah, divine masculine, divine feminine. Nobody completes nobody, it's just complementary, yeah. They activate each other and they become the embodiment of a balance, of a yin and yang symbol. Not necessarily the in a literal romantic sense. Sometimes it may be, yeah, claimed in different teachings. But the deeper interpretation of that is that Jesus embodied divine consciousness, descending into embodiment, and Mary Magdalene embodied consciousness awakening to the divine. And together they created that balance. So one moves the spirit into the matter, and the other one moves the matter into the spirit. So, and therefore their meeting becomes the heaven and earth remembering each other. That's beautiful, isn't it? Heaven and earth remembering each other. That's gorgeous. So even though they were divine masculine, divine feminine, their purpose was beyond that. It was about integration of all those matter, the spirit, yeah, body and soul. So how did their sacred union, according to Akashic, cosmic Akashic perspective, felt? So Jesus and Magdalene often represented a sacred union. Uh, okay, historically, esoterically especially, sacred union means masculine consciousness plus feminine consciousness come into balance. Yeah, the action of masculine together with a feminine receptivity come into balance. Or also there's, I think, Greek logos plus gnostic, truth plus compassion, yeah, direction plus intuition, heaven and earth. That's what the purpose of all the twin flames and divine masculine, divine feminines is, even nowadays, right? That's what we are meant to embody, and that's why we as a souls choose those connections. Some, not all or not many, but like comparing to 8 billions or 9 billions people, let's say in one era of 9 billions people, let's say, I don't know, few thousands maybe the twin flames, okay? And that's how we then connect all these frequencies, and then becomes like a divine grid that activates. So becoming an integrated within the individual, and you don't necessarily need to find your other half, but become whole within yourself, and then complement that with another part of you in a reflection, embodying themselves and then complementing. So Mary Magdalene's great teaching was that comparing when Jesus was teaching the love, yeah, within, and the God is within you, Mary Magdalene was teaching know the love within you, yeah, know it, fully embody and know it. And for example, when Jesus was teaching to forgive, Mary Magdalene was teaching release that identity that was created by the wound. So basically, and 44111 I saw. Basically, release that ego self that is wounded through love. Know the love and its power. Or for instance, another example, Jesus teaches the kingdom is within. Mary Magdalene teached dare to enter your own depth. You know, and that's what we also activate in the masculines, you know, that depth within them. Not being afraid to love deeply. Yeah, not being afraid to be vulnerable to your feminine. Not being afraid to express your emotions. Yeah, express the emotions without fear of to be exposed or violated. To be trusting that love of your feminine is safe. And Jesus was like representing this Christ consciousness awakening, and Magdalene representing the human heart recognizing that Christ consciousness. For sure, Kate, a lot of it is missing in the Bible, deliberately. And there's also already known that these pages were hidden underneath the Vatican and deliberately ripped off. Why? Because they wanted to create the so-called false celibacy so that the money stays in the institutions. It was all about money and power. Yes, for sure, definitely. Bible, that's why I'm saying, guys, don't read that and blindly believe everything that is there. There's like 20% of the Bible is missing, and another few percents of those people that wrote it, yeah, were modified. And another one, these people were just general people with their opinions. It's just like you have a one person that has a certain perception about what happened and writes a book about it. Okay, it's just one perception of one person that has seen one certain thing. But we are 8-9 billion of people with individual perceptions. You know, it was deliberately forced onto humanity to believe one book. Even America, I don't know if it's still doing, using the Bible in the court. I swear on the Bible, nothing like Bible. I don't know what they say. I've never been on the American court, but I saw in the movies, yeah? I don't know if it's still done. Like, they using this book as the most ultimate truth of truth and truths, but it's not. It's so heavily modified. Bible is the most heavily modified book on the planet. Like hello, it's like that's why my mind could never understand how that could be. Okay, but whatever, it's coming to the light. Yeah, I'm not saying there are nice passages, yeah, nice wisdoms and all that, but if somebody is revolving entire life around that book, come on, I always question it. My intuition was always knowing it. It was always knowing. That's why I refused to learn from it. Yeah, I read a few bits and pieces. Eventually, throughout the life, I would say that I managed to read entire book in bits and pieces, but that also made me realize how many things don't make sense and they are modified. And why the biggest shark institutions, like the biggest religious institutions that are actually not about truth but all about money, power and indoctrination, why they are referring to these books and learning from these books, that would be already suspicious to me. Just like mass media, it's just like a mass media, you know. I would be suspicious why it has such a big popularity in the shadow matrix, and why shadow matrix society praises that book, just like it praises mass media and creates the fact that the TV is all about truth. Therefore, this book is all about truth. I'm not saying it has a good parts, But how much is the actual truth? We only know when everybody taps to Akashic Records. I'm telling you. That's why my most relevant reference that I will trust is Akashic Records, because they cannot be modified by human ego. And that's how I see that. Nobody needs to share my opinion, but that's how I see that. I believe something that is beyond human ego and modified pages, hidden pages, ripped off pages because it serves some dark agenda. So many things are wrong there. So many things are lie. And I don't even know what lies in the other books. You know, like Quran and all the others that are praised by big elites. How can one trust a book that is actually heavily supported by elites? When we know who elites are? Doesn't smell a little bit fishy? To me, yes, like a big fish. So no thank you. Just saying. I'm not afraid to say it because the truth will come to light. I know it. Therefore I say it. So that's that. Hello Srinath, welcome. I'm good now. How are you? How is everything with you? We're glad to see you. You came exactly when we are reading Mary Magdalene and beautiful teachings of her and truths about other things. Thank you very much. We are glad to see you too. Okay, so I feel a little bit better. Maybe I could continue. What time is it? 4:49. Okay. I mean, it's not 4:49 o'clock. It's we have been streaming for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So that's Mary Magdalene. That and we are glad. I'm really happy that she managed to to speak through my channel, through me as a channel, even though we were interrupted. Okay, I think that we have to do whole Trinity, meaning like Mother Mary as well. So I'm just gonna actually do as well Mother Mary. Yeah, I know, Srinath. I thought I'm gonna wrap it up, but I decided I'm gonna stay a little bit longer with you guys. I think we should still read Mother Mary, and if we will see. Hold on, I need to. I made myself a tea. I made myself the tea. Srinath, if you're interested in a beautiful divine feminine, divine masculine topic, I recommend you then to watch back this live stream, because we were really channeling and also speaking about a lot of important and profound things regarding to uh, divine masculine, divine feminine. For those of you, all of you that came this time, hold on guys, it was burning my hair. I mean, like, it was. So let's go to Mother Mary. How do you like it so far, everyone? Does it make sense? Does it feel, do you feel something from within? I tried a few times at the different churches, but could never get over their prejudice. Exactly, like, you know, I like that's what I'm talking about. I went few times to those churches, but when you know, you know. They cannot fool you, you know, and that's what uh, people like awakened people uh, are meant to, you know, they meant to see through this false narratives so that we eventually, it's like I always call it this way. It is difficult, yeah. Somebody was saying at the beginning, it is difficult. It's suffering and all that stuff. But if you imagine those of us that those souls that chose, those of us souls that chose in this incarnation to have an awakening and then therefore spiritual journey, yeah, and then teach it, embody it, and then somehow share it with others. I call it, we get a crash course, because we have to learn in a very short period of time that somebody is learning for 20 years. We have to learn in a very short time. That's why the learning curve is very intense for us within let's say 10 years, yeah, which when somebody would have spent, let's say, 30 years or 40 years. That's why we may look young, but we are pretty like old souls. And some people may feel, because I've heard that sometimes people told me, how come you looking so young, but you are so wise. I'm not saying that I'm saying it about myself, but that's what I was told, yeah, sometimes. There must be something weird with you. It's because my soul must have chosen it. Yeah, to get a crash course, like a few punches within a short period of time, so that you get a few slaps by the universe. Hey, wake up, quick, 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 because you then need another half of your life to teach it. Yeah, so you need a crash course. So it depends what your soul has chosen to. You know, yeah, it is hard, but on the other hand, the level of the level of the lessons that your soul chooses for the higher learning, you receive that same level of inner strength. So it's not that universe or God or your higher self or your oversoul throws you in the pool without you know, sending you some kind of helping tools so you don't drown. It gives you your tools, but you need to learn to use them, you know. So that's why somebody may be young, looking young, uh, uh, and still have an equivalence of wisdom of somebody who is 60 or 70 years old, because sometimes we just get a crash course and we just have to roll with it. You know, but we're still learning. We are all eternal students, but it's like yeah, that's the way it is. So it depends on what our souls choose for this incarnation, you know. If we are meant to teach it, if we are meant to eventually some way, shape or form experience it, then we receive the crash course. If we are not meant to teach it, if we are not meant to if we are not in, especially divine masculines, divine feminines, yeah, like twin flames, high level soulmates, because then you need to eventually manage in the same life to get a crash course to awaken, activated within the other, both awaken, then eventually manage to have a union, to anchor that union in 3D, and then together to become the purpose for others. all in one lifetime the best. And if those souls choose it, yeah, and if one or the other one keeps choosing the ego path and denies the high learning, refuses to learn, then it can extend to more lifetimes, you know. So that's that. Yeah, there you go, old soul. That's it, Trina. Okay, I tried to a few times. Never get over the prejudices. Yes, exactly. Two same. Exactly. Exactly, dear Kate. Love is love. Love is love. It doesn't matter what gender you are. That's why another. Okay, you got me into speaking about this as well. Same with that wave of nowadays people uh, embodying, let's say, different perception than they were born with. Let's say transsexuals, yeah, uh, feeling like one but having something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, or somebody who doesn't want to call themselves she or he, but want to call themselves they because they are not like feeling uh, identified with any of those. This, if we look at it from Akashic perspective, from like a, again, eagle view, it's also part of the divine plan, right? Because the concept of dividing genders, or concept of, as Kate was saying, yeah, that they try to indoctrinate from in those Catholics and those Christian false indoctrinations, demonizing gays and all that, was part of the dark agenda too. Okay, and now this divine plan is part of the dismantling. Yeah, obviously that shadow government will try to rip their part and create some dark agenda along with that, because that's what always happens. If because they stole a lot of technology from extraterrestrial beings like Looking Glass and all those different plants that show how to do out of body experience and all. They had it first because they stole it. Yeah, they possessed it, the shadow government. So they've learned the game before the humanity could actually be aware of those things. In oh I keep trying to say one word that I cannot remember the English word, neither language actually. I know what it means, but I cannot remember the word. And I don't know how to explain it. When something, okay, guys, try to help me out, okay? Because this is the third or fourth time that I actually, don't worry, I flow with the topics, dear spiritual, dear Kate, because sometimes it's important, you know? Anyways, so, and it's good that we talk about these things, because whoever is going to come across this video and hear this, maybe he was meant to hear it. So don't worry, dear Kate, everything is co-creation, yeah? Anyways, what I want to say, okay, tell me that it's adjective, right? What I'm trying to say, I think it's adjective. Let's say out of body experience example. when you not planning it, it comes on its own without you being able to control it. What's that adjective? It comes involuntarily. No, there's another synonym to that, like that it comes involuntarily, like as if like you couldn't control it, you couldn't uh, make it stop or make it somehow navigate it. It comes, that's what I'm trying to find out, the word involuntarily happens. Do you know what I mean? What's that English word? Does anybody know? Is anybody native English speaker here? Kate, are you British, right? Would you know? I have it in my subconscious, but I cannot get it out. So, anyways, this is also part of the agenda. Shadow government created their own agenda. You Australian. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Involuntarily. Hold on. Synonyms. Okay, 134 similar opposites. Accidentally, no. Oh, F. When when I will see that word, I will know exactly. Opposite, unplanned, unprompted, spontaneous, no, forced, instinctive, in the unwilling course. No, 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 no. Not sure, guys. It's the third time I wanted to say that word and I got stuck. I don't know. I have to do research later on. I don't know how it is. Not really spontaneous. So I'm just trying to figure out one word. Anyways, so what was I saying? Yeah, so basically I've lost the track. Yeah? You got a grey hair and somebody told you old soul. That could perhaps. Yeah, gender doesn't matter, and that's what I wanted to say. It's a part of the light plan, but also shadow contrast agenda. Yeah, try to do their kind of plan now. Yeah, demonize that again, keep demonizing, just like they manipulated those institutions. Yeah, Catholics and Christians and religious institutions to demonize it. It's all part of their shadow plan. Yeah, and that also connects to the Mary Magdalene and the Jesus kind of mission. Yeah, because they were teaching the ultimate love and embodiment of your body and spirit, but they never said that it has to be just female and male. Yeah, so it was all part of the shadow plan. So we all are dismantling it. That's why so many new souls, that's what I wanted to say, that's why so many new souls, right, came to this planet Earth. Millennials and rainbow kids, there's this crystal kids, crystal beings. Yeah, and they, first of all, they already come with an upgraded DNA that we are activating within us, the so-called dormant. They already have the activated, and they call already have that embodied within their consciousness. So they not only remember their parallel lives, they have a deep connection to those parallel lives that they remember their missions, they remember the purposes, yeah, but they also embodied it, this unisex, this non-gender, that is a part of the fifth deconsciousness, right? And if you ask Pleiadians, if you ask all those higher level beings, they don't play the game of genders. Yeah, they embody man and woman, like they look like a man, like a woman. But for instance, um, they have many kind of genders, many kind of ways, and they mix them all together because it's all about love, not about the what kind of what kind of type of uh, body you have. Like it's just the same. I compare it to cars. Yeah, it's not about the shape of your car, but what the essence of that car is. You know, um, maybe it's not. I'm not a driver. I don't have a car. I don't drive, so I don't know much about cars. But it's just not about. And that's why all these new souls coming from the millennials all the way down to the young ones now. That's what they embody. And of course the shadow agenda will try to make it into something else because we are still in the polarity planet, but it's again us not to let ourselves be manipulated into that shadow agendas, but to continue embodying that what we feel in the core. Again, it's a higher learning. So thank you, Kate, for bringing it up because I think it's important for us to say as well. Oh, guys, by the way, I'm going to create that signal, okay? I decided I'm going to do that and we can just have chats there because I think that exchanging all those different topics, I think it would be nice for us to expand and collectively expand in consciousness as well, rather than just myself speaking. We can all speak, we can all kind of enjoy this. What do you feel, guys? And I will keep inviting people that I will intuitively feel that they are part of the soul tribe. Yeah. Do you guys agree? Are you still up for the signal thing? You know, guys, even though I'm here for 5 hours, when I'm doing all these topics and speaking to you guys and also channeling, it doesn't feel like 5 hours. Yeah, sometimes I've seen different psychic tarot channels, and perhaps one of them, yeah, her name is Alchemy Inu. I used to watch her. She was one of the first channelers back in the day when I started my YouTube channel. I think it was about 7 years ago. I started my YouTube channel, and Alchemy Inu was one of the first kind of channelers that I saw on YouTube. And I was already going through my awakening journey, and I was fascinated by that, and I knew that I have similar, yeah, powers or whatever, similar abilities, and what. So when she started, and now when I, for instance, happen to see, I don't watch her much often anymore, but when I happen to, it jumps out at yeah, from the YouTube to me, and I see she was streaming for 8 hours. I remember thinking to myself, how can possibly someone manage 8 hours of streaming? Like, that is already like a lot. But now when I like did my few of my records, like 5 hours, I can imagine it's possible actually, because when you channel, you get charged, you get activated. Yeah. Do you remember me going down, like, and coming up, and now I'm again like fine, So it actually does work, and I'm happy to know that. Obviously, we have to have that self-care. So, and I will always challenge those topics: religions, shadow governments. This is part of my indigo soul blueprint, right? We are meant to challenge that. We are meant to help this dismantle this system, like let it be destroyed. We are meant to destroy the old system so that the new crystal kids, crystal beings, and the rainbow beings that are coming to this planet and millennials can start building with their new upgraded DNA and the consciousness, the new Einsteins, the new Nikola Teslas, yeah, the new embodied Lemuria beings, yeah, all these are coming back. Uh, Even Jesus, when I was channeling Jesus now, yeah, he was also saying they are coming back. Many of these Asana Masters are coming in these kids. So we will see a lot of changes. And when we finish our lives and reincarnate again, we will continue building that. So it's so important for us in this era to dismantle the old one so that they can build on it. And for those of you that still looking for the purpose and don't know if I have any kind of a purpose in my life to do it globally, whatever, one hint that can help you, to those of you that feel that way, that still seeking, if you uh, or when you think of what's going on, the world situations, if you have a tendency always seeing the bigger picture of things rather than the concrete situation and the concrete particles of a, yeah, if you're seeing that and are able to see from that high perspective of a global sense, then you are meant to be globally known, and you're meant to teach and express it to more than one, because that way usually one can feel the purpose is guiding them towards global. Yeah, for instance, me, I always like my mom always told me like I don't understand what you're saying, because every time we open some topic, I'm not really able to see it only in that particular small box. I see entire timeline of things, and I just have to talk about it very in a global perspective, in the name of entire humanity, rather than Mary did that and Brian did that and that situation happened. I suddenly see the timeline, what is meant to teach it the whole humanity, what is the higher perspective of the entire humanity. I cannot stay in that only concrete Mary versus Brian thing. So that's also one of the parts that it can help you navigate your purpose, and whether you are in the crossroads and not sure how to uh, connect all your, let's say, abilities and perspectives, so I hope it helps. Sorry guys, I'm reading the chat. Yeah, exactly. Like, you see, I don't like no divisions. I don't like that when somebody's dividing somebody because it doesn't fit to any box. Same with those with the same-sex marriages or connections or different things, like, it's none of anybody's business who loves who and how. No, synchronistic, no, 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 no. Maybe involuntarily would be the closest word that I was meant, but there is a better word for it, but I don't know. With the best friend before, now she lives in Netherlands. She used to like women. We were very good friends. Yeah, why not? Like, I have a lot of gay friends in Dublin. I had a lot of like gay friends and acquaintances, all sorts of different ones. Men loving dressing in women clothes and etc. Like, you know, I remember when I was younger. Um, I was in Dublin. I was always introvert, but sometimes I would allow myself to be invited by my friends to go to some club. It wouldn't be my thing, yeah. But if it was some like interesting, if there was, for instance, live music, I would go. Why not, yeah? And once I remember, um, I had a friend over, and um, she was a younger girl than me. She was I embraced her like older sister embraced the younger sister because she didn't have a good life. uh, she wasn't feeling loved and she was often on the streets, so I had my own flat, so I she would sleep in my house. I kind of embraced her, and I remember she was saying, "You're like my older sister," and also I would always. She was 20 that time, and I was around 31, something like that, ages ago, yeah. And one friend of ours came to visit from France, and we all went because they were same age. So I decided, okay, why not? So I just went because of them, like, yeah, alchemy in you. So I just went, and I didn't know many nightclubs in Dublin because it wasn't my kind of thing, yeah. And they brought me to the gay club. It was called actually George. Incredible, huge gay club. And I didn't like going to nightclubs from one reason, because I had a bad experience in nightclubs when I was younger. I was always like stared at like a meat by a man, like males, and we couldn't, for instance, I remember that's why I never really wanted to go to nightclubs, because I felt like so objectified, and I didn't like that. It was disgusting, so I refused to go. And when they said, but Georgia, it's a gay club, and I'm like, it's a gay club. I felt safe to go there, because I was like, if it's a gay club, I feel safe. So I went to the gay club with them, and that was the first time in my life I actually had a fun. It was incredible. That atmosphere there, people, all sorts of people were there, like, uh, all sorts of LGBTQ people were there. Plus, there was a, how do they call it? Drag, drag queen show, yeah? Some uh, person, I don't know how would they identify, was singing like a female celebrity. Yeah, I think that time it was, I think one was Tina Turner, I think, and another one was one of the blondes. I don't know if it was Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera. One of those times these girls were, yeah, on the top. But it was a drag queen, and it was the first time I saw something like that, and I was like, oh my god, it's fascinating. And I remember I felt really nice there. I felt really safe. Nobody was staring at me like objectifying me, like those toxic men would do, and I didn't have to worry. So, people in Dublin, everybody accepts everybody. Like I didn't notice that there would be some kind of hostility towards somebody. I don't know how is it now. I haven't lived there for a couple of years now, so. But for some reason, I wanted to share that with you guys. Srinath, you know Alchemy in You channel? I sent you a Discord thingy. Kate, you did? Created account the other day. Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna do the signal, guys. If, like, yeah, I think it's better. Uh, Kate, it's just scary to put yourself out there into the world. Your sobriety. It took me ages. That's why I don't have many followers, because it took me ages to actually do that regularly, because it is scary, especially because of the trolls and all that, and because you don't know who is staring at you. You don't know what kind of cycles are on the other side. There's so many catfishing. I was speaking about it the other day, like, well, some time ago now already. uh, and it is so difficult, especially as an introvert, to put it out there, but my purpose doesn't allow me to stay behind. It will start forcing you to do that. It will start giving you that inner strength to do that, because you have so much you need to share and you don't know how. So eventually you overcome that fear, and that's what happened to me. I just overcame that fear, and now when I see trolls, I don't care. And yes, there could be psychos on the other side. That's why I don't give my phone number. I don't share much about myself, and I did very strong boundaries. So if you do that and prepare yourself, it's possible. And because I'm a singer, I had to learn through that part of me as well, to be a little bit less like, I'm very, like, naturally I'm very private person. Yeah. I have ascendant rising sign in Scorpio, in the tropical, and that makes me very private, very, very deeply private person, and it takes me ages to open up to somebody. I need to fully trust them. I need to fully trust them to give my phone number, or to give my real name. Georgia Teresa is my artistic name, you know. Therefore, I don't trust those things, like PayPal, like those online matrix BS stuff that matrix is now, you know. Yeah, it may be in detriment of me, my like, whatever, but yeah, no, inadvertently, wow, that word is interesting, never heard of it. Inadvert I can't even say it. Inadvertently, jeez. Is that Australian or is that like a common? Never heard of it. Sue, thank you, dear Sue, for saying that. We all are in some ways. Yes, me too. These so are coloring our lives. Hello, Summer. Welcome. How are you? You're very similar, Srinath. Yes. I'm very behind the chat, therefore I don't even know uh, what did you reply at. I'm sorry. Yeah, about sharing personal stuff and all that. Yeah, me too. Very much so. Unintended. Unintentionally. It's also something you can use. Yeah, but I know all these words, like unintended, and yeah, I know them, but it was a different word. I will manage eventually, but I don't know. You're fine? Good. Yeah, me too. I give my phone number only my closest people, people I love and trust. Otherwise, like, not. Okay, guys, so let's go for Mother Mary. Are you still up for it or are you tired, guys? Yes. In this word, you must be very vigilant. Summer, you want me to be singing here? Yeah? Do you want me to do live rehearsals with you? Maybe one day. Not really. I'm not tired really at the moment. Guys, I believe I still can do Mother Mary. I think that Jesus and Mary Magdalene's have been here, so they hyped up. They hyped me up. Summer, was it you who was saying that my voice was angelic the other day? I don't know which one was it. Was it you or was it Shrina? Or was it somebody else? Was it Sean? Sean? Shrinath? We have few masculines coming to our chats. Sean, Shrinath. Shiv? Is Shiv masculine guy? Or is it girl? I think it's a guy, no? I don't know. I don't know. I just look at spirits and souls and whatever I feel. It was you, Srinath, yeah? Were you listening my Instagram? Shiv is masculine, yeah. Shiv and you, Srinath, had the same love for black and red. There is also, by the way, Srinath, there is also a positive part of the black. It's a protective, and I was reading it there, but I think you guys disappeared. So did you guys wear some green or yellow lately? Srinath is the name of a Hindu god. Yeah, Batman wore black, but wasn't Batman always depressed? I'm joking, I'm messing with you guys. It's not like a bad color, but it does hold energy of kind of a shadow integrations, so it's good to combine it. That's what I was meaning, like it's good to combine it with something colorful, so that and not wearing it like literally in majority. Wear it, but combine it, like choose, let's say twice a week, let's say wear black, but then balance it out with yellow, orange, green, pink, blue, light colors, so that your aura and your being could uh, relax a little bit in the and be more supported by high vibrational energies that the other colors are actually emitting. That's what I meant, because if somebody wears only black, it it starts embodying the energy of the black, and that what brings one very close to that feeling of invisibility and in shadow. It's not that's what I meant. Confess whatever you want, please. I'm curious now. You want guidance, Summer? What I hear from Jesus, Summer, embody the love within, and from Mary Magdalene, embody your divine feminine within. Yeah? And what kind of person, Srinath? Is it my divine masculine? That would be nice. Okay, guys, let's have a little break, and we're gonna get channeled message from Srinath today. Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more. I wonder. I'm curious. Hello, Zuzu. I am. Welcome. How are you? Uh-huh. Share more if you wish. I probably know who you're speaking of. I have same visions. Hmm? And what else, dear Srinath? Have you got anything else important? I'm finally getting a reading, guys. I manifested finally somebody's channeling for me for change. Thank you, Srinath. I'm interested for more, dear Srinath, if you would like to share more with me. We probably share similar visions. We probably know And I felt the same thing. Mm-hmm. And I feel it now. Shrina, thank you so much for sharing that. They must take the leap to trust. They're not gonna regret. It would be interesting there, Srinath, actually to speak about it on Signal if you're open to it as well. I'm okay, I'm open if you continue here, it's fine, I'm happy about it. But if you would like to continue that channeling as well in more details with me on Signal, I'm open for it. Or on Discord if you're open for Discord. Because I'm interested in that actually. I can feel it. I felt it too for past few days, yes. So we resonate with the same, and therefore I do actually trust this because I have it verified within my own intuitive channelings that I received. So thank you, Shrina, for validating that to me. And I can feel it literally, that connection now. There is a still goodness. And would they want to speak to me directly? I will be open for it. They could speak to me directly if they want. Should disclose it. Okay, Shrina, I'm gonna make that signal, and if you open to it, you could tell them to join that signal, and we can do the private conversation. If they don't trust much in public, I'll be open to speak to them privately on Signal, and also speak to you about this channeling that you're telling me. I would be interested in more. If you have more information, I would be interested if you could share them with me. because I probably feel what kind of I feel the essence of that person, and it would be really, I believe, a good idea to do that. How can I say to them when I don't know? They would have to connect with me on Signal, Srinath. Yeah, it would be more polite if you said this to the person that I was having visions for them. Like, if he's watching now, is he watching now? Is he watching now? Should I tell him? No problem, dear Kate, for dropping out. I feel in my heart chakra the pressure, the kind of like a pierced. So okay, I'm gonna say directly. I didn't really understand exactly what you mean. I should tell him more polite to tell him directly. If you mean that I should speak to the camera, I'm speaking to you, whoever you are. I'll be grateful if you spoke to me directly and take that leap and trust, and I could help you overcome that trust issues if you connect with me on Signal. I'm gonna create it today and I'm gonna announce it tomorrow, or in the and I see 544 in the short on in the post. And I don't remember how Signal works, so I need to first do some kind of research. I'm not a technology type much, so I need to figure out how to do it. But dear unknown, I would be grateful if you would like to contact with me directly, and we could speak about this in more private place like Signal, so you don't feel exposed so much, and we can guide this through on Signal. And I would definitely try to help you navigate through that hard part of your life, or whatever you wish to share. I'm here for you. I'm here for you, honestly. Okay? You don't have to worry. You can trust me. I know it's hard to believe for somebody who has trust issues to say easily you can trust me, but if you've been watching me for a long period of time, I hope you finally can figure out that I'm pretty straightforward person, and I am also not really trusting person, but I open the door for you, whoever you are. I feel I know who you are, so we can we can share whatever you need to share. Sorry guys, I need to put it closer. Thank you, I am Zozo. Zo. Hello to England. Thank you, Srinath, for this beautiful message. I feel them. I feel you. I feel your energy. And I've got the same, although I didn't have the concrete words, I had the same kind of vibe as Srinath is describing. And I literally feel the soul around now. The vibration. If you feel guided to disclose the name here, if the person is okay with it, I'm open to know the name here. If you want to hang on to that and disclose it, Srinath, to me in the signal message, I'm open to this as well. It would be nice to know the name, the true name. Yeah, the truth is, and honesty is always a good start. And I would say old souls don't play games, so you have trust in me. You can have trust in me. Oh, okay, I understand now. You get in the messages, but you haven't directly spoken to that person. I understood now, okay. I haven't visions. Okay. Srinath, what's the name of your signal? Guys, I'm gonna open it. Is it difficult to open it? I don't think so, no? When I upload my live, does the chat come too? Yeah, sometimes it comes like after like 12 hours, sometimes it comes after 24 hours after publishing. Not immediately. Sometimes I've noticed that it did come immediately, which I was shocked, because the usually it comes many hours after, yeah, publishing. Hello Terry, welcome. I'm talking to one of the people in the chat, Terry. Okay, Srinath, so share the name with me tomorrow. Okay, that's fair enough, Srinath. Yeah, tell me your name, Srinath, on Signal, and whoever would like to then join the group chat in the Signal, we can all exchange the usernames. I had Signal ages ago and I forgot how it works. I only had it for a particular time, but I don't actually remember how it works. And now I cannot check because I'm streaming from the very phone, so I'm gonna have to turn off the phone first so that I can actually be able to. Guys, look at that. Oh, it's too late. Oh. Okay, everybody. Mr. Nobody. What is that 13.04? Is that entire username? Also with the numbers? Okay. Okay, Srinath, when we reconnect, would you be up for giving me more informations? Uh, what you've actually received? And by the way, Srinath, you should do that as your purpose. 555. Why did you why did you stop the tarot channels that you did? It's a code. Okay, that's great. Mm, okay. Maybe there could be something, guys, in this period of time when we must embody our purpose. Okay, I needed to tell you guys a very important message. I received that as a channel message when I was cooking today, okay? To be able to shift to 4th and 5th earth, we must embody our purpose. We must release the karmics, karmic places, karmic people, karmic friends, karmic society, karmic environments, karmic patterns that we have, addictions, uh, everything that is blocking us to ascend to that 4th and 5th earth. This is something that we need to work on, that inner work, and truly taking the leap to leave those environments and those people that no longer fulfill that higher vibration version that we are growing into, even if it may be the family members, friends that we outgrown, that now feel like some kind of mm, drug dragging heavy ball, yeah, uh, as well as those fear-based narratives, fear-based patterns within us. All that is coming to the surface and is challenged because it wants to teach us this very discernment about, if we feel connected to somebody and we feel that safety within them, but we have fear, we need to trust what the soul feels. If your soul feels that it wants to share something with that person, the soul feels safe and home with that person, that's the already that answer to that the person belongs to their new version of selves. And if there is a soul of people that still somehow connect us to our old patterns, old ego selves, yeah, that has to be released. That way we can liberate ourselves from that heavy dense energy and shift to that fourth and fifth density reality where we can fully embody our purpose. And it helps us if we fully embody our passion and our purpose. It will help us liberate also from those karmic energies. That's the channel message that I received when I was cooking, and I hope it makes sense for all of you. You, yeah, you did? Okay, great. So that purpose, so Srinath, make time for this part of yourself, because if you've been receiving and you said you're a seer, guys, if you want we can keep Mother Mary for next time, and I can do quick readings for you. Are you up for it? Do you want to know what stage of your level up you are at the moment, or any other questions? Okay, Srinath. Yeah, like Mother Mary, perfect. Okay, so Srinath, thank you so much. So we have agreed that as soon as I turn off my phone live stream, I'm gonna upload that signal thing. I haven't have it uploaded. I haven't have it installed because I remember I deleted that signal back time on my phone. So I'm gonna actually install it. I need to ask ChatGPT how it works. I forgot how it works. And then hopefully ChatGPT helps me to set up the group chat, and as well as we can use the private chats for channelings like this. I believe that I'm gonna text you directly Okay? If that person wants to connect to me, uh, if you are listening, uh, connect to me on Signal if you wish. I'm gonna announce my name when I make it. Oh, by the way, Srinath, when you just set it up, the Signal, did you have to use your phone number? No, no? Did you just have to set up the username? I wonder. Was it easy peasy? You had to put a phone number? So you have to put a phone number, but then you don't have to show it to others, yeah? You can hide it and only show the username? Something like that? Okay, I will trust. I also have a trust issues. I truly do. Very big ones as well. So I resonate with that person very much with this. That's why I'm very understanding with that. I understand. Yeah. But sometimes taking a leap is what creates the beautiful shift. You know, taking the leap. If that person feels uh, some kind of connection by watching me and feels the familiarity, comfort, that's the soul telling them that there's no need to no need to be afraid. Yeah, I know it's easier said than done. I'm the same. I don't trust people, but I rely on my soul, and I trust my intuition, and I trust my own discernment. We must trust our own discernment, and we must trust our own soul. If that person feels through the soul, or whoever has a trust issue, guys, for everyone, yeah, if you feel through your soul that you can trust that person, trust your soul. If you feel something fishy with that, let's say with some people, they pretend to be like this incredible, yeah, bestie or whatever, but you kind of feel weird off energy around them. Trust that soul discernment. Okay, and that's how I go with. I feel i feel that energy, and I therefore I took a lot of leaps in my life, guys. Of course, I got burned when I learned discernment, and I learned when I was learning to trust my intuition. I burned myself, yes. But since then, yeah, 10 years later, I pretty much know what my soul intuition uh, feels and how to make that discernment. Eyeballs, yeah, Srinath, eyeballs. I had to put in the shorts. I had to put it in the shorts. I was laughing. I wanted other people to laugh because it was so funny. eyeballs. You saw it? That was crazy. But I seriously saw it, like, there. I seriously saw them. Oh, so funny. Yeah, couldn't stop laughing, like, because each time I tuned into them again, all I saw these big eyeballs. Like, do you know, like those people that can pull them out? I don't know how it's done, and I wouldn't even try it, yeah. But you know those people who can actually pull them out? I don't know if it's an effect or if they actually can do this. That's what I was seeing. It was making me laugh. It was so hilarious. It was hilarious. And my spirit guides are sometimes very hilarious. They show me funny visions. And I don't know if you have it because you're a seer. You should be perhaps seeing also some visions. Sometimes they can be pretty funny, isn't it? Okay, okay, Srinath. So I better move on to Mother Mary, and we're going to continue on Signal with this. In yeah, in but feel free to write whatever you want while I'm reading. Yeah, if you have anything that you want to say, you want to mention, just feel free to write it down. Okay, I'm just gonna read Mother Mary and see if she would like to also say something. So, who is connected to more of these Western Christian teachers like Jesus, Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary? I am, for instance, more. I don't know how about others. Like, I'm not, I don't have a big preferences. For me, they're all the same kind of teachers. But always been more I'm not the religious person and didn't grow up in the religions. I'm very cosmic consciousness kind of a source consciousness, very high spectrum uh, type of person. I don't really limit myself to any religion, and because I feel energies, I feel very close to Buddha, uh, Lao Tzu, Tibetan energy. Yeah, like I would love to go to Tibet, for instance, guys. I would love to go to some retreat into some of those Buddhist monks, or experience some kind of a. I'm guided to kind of experience the Tibet energy. In Tibet, those kind of monks, uh, I wouldn't convert to any of those things, but I would love to spend, let's say, a week there on a retreat. I feel that it would be a beautiful experience. I would like to check out what it feels like, let's say, also in Hinduistic. Let's say, I don't know if they have temples as well. It'll be some Hinduistic retreat, or and especially Zen. Zen, I would say, way of life. I would love to go to retreat. Number one for me is a retreat of some kind of Zen. The we should actually. Srinath, uh, I just want to say what you told me about that person. I feel deep compassion. Yeah, I feel truly deep compassion I just want them to know. Okay? And empathy, deep empathy and compassion, because I feel that when you spoke about it, I could feel literally their soul speaking through you. I could feel it empathically. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay. Enjoy your meal, Srinath. Thank you so much, and come again if you wish. Hold on. Guys, does anybody else have already Signal username they would like to share and connect uh, with us in the Soul Tribe group? If yes, put it out there in the chat if you feel open to it. For those of you girls that have connected with me in Discord, you can throw it in the Discord if you want, if you don't want to put in the chat here. Guys, leap of faith. Remember, the big things happen with a leap of faith. If Nikola Tesla didn't take a leap of faith, the electric towers would never be erected. If Einstein or whoever didn't take a leap of faith with his creations, nobody would know about him. Leap of faith is the foundation, is the bridge on the other side that brings us to the other side of fear. So sometimes the universe tests us, and the big things always happen after leap of faith. Trust the soul discernment. Thank you, dear Kate, for telling me. Okay, I will trust that nobody see my phone. Yeah? Yeah, so, but if we continue with Discord, Lilith will not going to join us. Yeah, spirituality, Kate, you close to Jesus more. Yes, Sue as well, isn't it? What about you, we dreaming? Who's the favorite asana master and master teacher for you? Okay, see you soon, Srinath. Bon appetit. Okay. We will also actually read about the Zen, which is beautiful. Buddha, yeah? Mm-hmm. So, I'm very close to Zen as well. It kind of attracts me the way, but I don't know much about it. But I did also, I see that I did actually some kind of notes in past, so it's great to know. But I don't know much about it. But one of those teachers uh, are called Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma. Also some Huike, Wianeng. Oh my god, these are Chinese kind of names, I would say. So I'm gonna be murdering these names, I believe. I'm so sorry. We, oh, we. Wieneng. Wieneng. Oh my god. Matsudaoi. Oh my god. That's so hard. Ta, okay. Oh, that's hard. Cao To. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at the names. I'm laughing at myself. Cao Mu. Linji Rinzai. Duden. Oh my god. It's getting harder and harder. Hanshan. That's quite a easy one. Hermit poet. Mm-hmm. I wonder, Rumi was probably also Zen poet, wasn't he? Does anybody know? Bankei. So we're going to read about Zen for those of you that also have a affinity for Zen. I think that's a word, affinity, like attracted to it. And I have an itchy nose, so it could be a sign of. Okay, so let's go to Mother Mary and continue as much as we want. Oh my goodness, 6 hours and 20 minutes streaming. I think we have hit a record. And I didn't even have a green tea today. Yeah, I did have a green tea earlier, but now, not now. So it's purely the collective vibe, guys. Okay, I'm looking for that Mother Mary note. Hold on, guys, and we can continue. I think I went very much. Wow, I'm looking for the white buffalo woman. Guys, I also am feeling very close to Native American indigenous peoples teachings. Very much so. Does anybody resonate? Kuan Yin, Lao Tzu, Taoism. I think there's a lot of nice, I would also call it ways of life, like those Eastern, they're less of a religion, more of a ways of life. I would say like Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, Zen. These I would even trust more than a Christian teachings or Western religions. It's my personal feeling, guys. Okay, guys, so Mother Mary, then let's go for it. So, Mother Mary, yeah, I'm the same. We dreaming. Take a little from everyone. Yeah, where it feels good and makes some sense. That's it, exactly. Oh, spirituality 1111. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot that. That was beautiful, by the way, guys. Thank you so much for being part of it. That beautiful channeled message from Srinath. I must say that it truly touched me. I hope everybody that we co-created this beautiful energy together, because even people like that need to be acknowledged. People that don't have the courage to be chatting, people that don't have the courage to approach, but needs to be heard, needs to be felt, needs to be understood. And if we can help them to heal their trust issues or any kind of wound from that place of fear, you know, it's important to hold space for this. And I'm grateful that Srinath had opened himself to this, to be the bridge between that person and myself, perhaps, or ourselves, so that we could give them a chance to feel a little bit included, to feel a little bit understood, safe, in a safe place. So if you, whoever you are, person, if you are listening, you are in the safe space here for us, with us. Sorry, you are in the safe place here with us. And namaste to that. So, okay, Mother Mary. So also she's called Divine Mother, the womb of consciousness. Uh, dream catchers? Yeah, oh, that's beautiful, V dreaming. Kate, you've got a lot. That's nice. I think we have many of those names. Okay, so let's go for it. So, Mother Mary represent receptivity to divine will. The her archetype and teaching of the Annunciation is powerful. So, from Akashic perspective, okay, as well. So we always try to teach from Akashic perspective because this is the most reliable source. So Mother Mary Mother Mary's teaching in let's say in a quote that we would use would rather be: the divine can incarnate through a consciousness willing to receive it. So It's a little bit different from the Mother Mary Magdalene, but because Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene, they were pretty much working hand in hand, so they have a very similar energy together and very similar teachings. So Mother Mary is more the archetype of the womb of creation. So she's the one that birthed the child and is represents that womb creator, the creator, which then the Jesus came through. So it's a spiritual principle. Yeah, obviously, as always, they try to portray it like some kind of science fiction situation, um, the way Jesus was supposed to come out, but it was a very spiritual experience for sure. So also, um, she did actually represent that metaphor of the something invisible enters the receptive field and becomes to manifest. So if that was truth or not, that I believe the Mother Mary would have to tell us. I could try to channel her, even though I'm not sure if she will come out, but we'll try. But first of all, let's read more about her and tune into her frequency more. So Mary's teaching are to receive. So she was the embodiment of reception, receiving the divine spirit through the body. So Jesus would teach, let's say, to express that love. Mary Magdalene would teach that to know that love, and Mother Mary would teach to receive that love. That would be the Trinity: express, know, and receive. And she would also teach feminists that to receive is not a weakness. It requires the enormous trust. And just like we just received this channeling from Srinath, it required trust for Srinath to express, yeah, Jesus energy, for the truth to be received, Mother energy, and to know that truth, Mary Magdalene energy. I knew that he's speaking the truth. I knew that he was truly, connected. So the receiving is what Mother Mary was the teacher of, receiving of that love fully, embodying, receiving that love. Even though you don't know what the seed will become, you still trust to receive it. So it could also be a metaphor to receiving the creation, receiving the information, receiving even though we cannot control the outcome. You don't control the entire process. You create the conditions and you carry and nurture and allow it to be received. That's what was embodiment of her teachings, yeah. So from cosmic akashic perspective, Mary represents the principle that I allow divine intelligence to take form through me, yeah, creative vessel. And that is beyond motherhood. It requires that enormous trust in what is to arrive. The song can be received or conceived, a book, yeah, a spiritual teaching, a business, new identity, new life, new version of yourself. you need to have that trust to receive that new version of yourself as well. The womb becomes a metaphor for manifestation itself. So now we will see that connection of Mary, Mother Mary, and Mary Magdalene together. They can be seen as two different expressions of a sacred feminine consciousness. As I said, they were working hand in hand together, created this beautiful feminine lineage. Mother Mary was the receptive feminine. I received the divine will. And Mary Magdalene was the awakened feminine. I recognized divine truth. Just remind me my mom and myself. My mom's the receptive feminine. I believe many of you can relate, yeah? 63333. Oh my god, 63333. And there were 3 people and 18 likes. Thank you, everyone. So the Mother Mary says, let it be born, and Mary Magdalene, let it be known. So together they embodied the energy of to receive, to embody that, whatever we receive, to know what we receive and express it out. That's beautiful. And what the Trinity, the 3 of them embodied together, and what was their purpose. So Mary received the divine, Jesus embodied the divine, and Magdalene recognized the divine through the direct experience when she met him, and they experienced that connection together. So all that was important in those times because that created a ripple effect in now upcoming waves of twin flame souls and twin flame connections. So I hear that those 3 first initiators souls had to come to this planet Earth to embody that in a physical reality, so that all of us twin flame connections and divine connections could follow and have that basis foundation already experienced, so that we could continue that from experience that they've experienced. So they opened that door for us, divine connections, so that we can now evolve it into this era. So they were a very important trio. So we don't need like the humans, yeah, we don't need to worship these people, but more like just realize what they represented and learn from them. So they didn't want people to worship them, like the shadow agenda created this unhealthy worshipping situations regarding to Jesus and the other beings. It wasn't their initiate intention to be worshipped, but they truly came as a teachers and wanted to remain that humble. All the rest was created for again the agenda that they try to portray to create a people in a sheep herd mindset. And I'm offending sheep. I'm sorry, beautiful sheep. You are not so unconscious like some unconscious humans. So you don't deserve that, be called that. But yeah. So the resurrection and the Akashic perspective. Yeah, you're gonna. How would Akashic perspective basically be regarding to the resurrection? Um, the Mary Magdalene is was actually very important. Play actually very important role in that place. So, uh, Mary Magdalene was one of the first witnesses to the risen of Jesus when the Jesus has risen. You know, in those I think 3 days or whatever. She was the first witness. So again, the physical experience, yeah, teacher through the physical experience. From that perspective of even like a gospel or esoteric perspective, yeah, the resurrection represents much more than physical death. It represents more consciousness surviving transformation. So old identity die. It's like an ego death, I would even say. Yeah, we would call it like an ego death. Yeah. So consciousness surviving transformation. The old identity dies. The old reality collapses. The old relationship to existence disappears and something deeper emerges. So Mary Magdalene was standing before the Christ that risen, um, and therefore she became the archetype of the awakened heart, recognizing consciousness after transformation. That is why the grief and separation and transformation can be deeply connected with Mary Magdalene's symbolism. Uh, she was not only a woman that loved him and being there for him, but she was also the witness of its transformation. And that's why we all are now that strong and have such inner strength as divine feminines to go through this grief and through all these deep emotions so that we can support of masculines through that as well and activate that within them, because they were the first ones. Mary Magdalene, Mary and Jesus. Okay, it's like a dark night of the soul. um, so Mary Magdalene also contains an important shadow lesson. The feminine can become trapped in longing, romantic idealization, self sacrifice, rescuing, waiting, devotion with reciprocity, confusing suffering with spiritual depth. So, why do I have Mary Magdalene with Mary? I don't know what this. Hold on. Oh, yes, okay, it continues. So, that's a comparison, yeah, between them three. So, the higher Mary Magdalene's teaching says the love deeply but remains sovereign. Sacred love uh, doesn't mean self-abandonment. And I see 6:41:41. Okay, what was the Jesus in comparison teaching to the divine feminine or to the feminine energy in masculines as well as in feminines? From this perspective, uh, Jesus wasn't teaching that feminines should be submissive to masculines, but more he was perceiving or interacting with women as a spiritual beings, yeah, having a very deep insight. So he was the mature divine masculine that could see the true embodiment of a feminine. That's what helped also other men that looked up to him to perceive that in their feminines, and that's what created that activation and ripple effect, so that the first men started to perceive the feminines different than what the shadow of that time of patriarchal societies and this very rigid patriarchal toxicity portrayed. So, and through his mother, he received that love and that understanding of women. So the mother was very core part of his life and upbringing that shaped him and helped him to perceive these women that way and change that perception and from early age so that he could teach it others. So Mary, Mother Mary, was very important part of I hear first initiation of understanding that a woman is not just a mere accessory as the toxic feminine, a toxic masculine society were portraying those times, even worse than now, or in this era, but more of a divine feminine being with deep insights, 64411, and deeply respected. Okay. Also, what could be Jesus' message in those times regarding to these feminines, that your access to God doesn't require permission from another human being, but you have it within. You can know, you can heal it, you can speak it, you can teach it, you can embody that divine consciousness. And that was in those times very revolutionary, because people were very limited, the perception was very limited by the toxic masculine society influence, that was very limited, only left brain logic, yeah, and not even a logic sometimes, but ego. So he was challenging them a lot, that's why they targeted him so much. So Mary Magdalene's message to the divine feminine would be, do not wait for another person to validate the sacredness that you carry as the divine feminine. And obviously as well the divine feminine yin within masculines. And well, and Jesus would then say something along the lines like, do not mistake love for the surrendering of your truth. And the Mother Mary, trust what is being born through you, even before you understand what it will become. So she was the initiator of all that is, and it comes to light. So all three were representing very important parts of our being, honestly, and how the process of awakening actually been. If you don't allow to receive first, you won't be allowed to know it and embody it, and therefore to teach it on. So guys, I think I'm becoming tired. I'm having, my breaks are becoming quite long between words. So I'll finish Mother Mary and then we continue the other beings another day, okay? Exactly, not gurus, not cultish, but teachers. Very good. let's see, I had, I thought I had another notes. Guys, I have scattered notes. But that's about what I've seen. If I have anything else, I will mention it later, maybe in the short. But basically, all three played a major roles for what we are now, as well as I'm looking forward to hear the others. So they were highly modified and misunderstood throughout the eras, previous eras. So I know, Lilith, I'm still here. Lilith, don't tell me that you went to sleep like regular night sleep and now you woke up in the morning and I'm still here. That would be interesting. Is it? Lovely to see you again, Lilith. Ah, thank you so much, dear V. I'm sorry if you told me your real name. I forgot, V. Candy? No, I can't believe. I can't remember. Okay, dear Lilith. Yeah, me too. What time is it, by the way? Oh, I only have 1 a.m. here. Not bad, not bad. But because I've been on the computer for hours, I start feeling pretty drained. As I told you, like we as spiritual beings and empaths and the channelers and sensitive souls, we need to truly be careful of how long we stay by the laptops and computers because they truly drain our energy and they are not healthy for us. So I usually try to stay, it's V, try to stay for shorter periods than 6, almost 7 hours, guys. You can see in my eyes already and my back. So yeah, so Mother Mary was very much about receptivity, protectivity of that which receives, what is received, nourishing it, and giving birth to it. So also Mother Mary's energy is receiving the creation through the source. That's also her energy. She was a very sacred feminine, just like Mary Magdalene. And I hear also Kuan Yin, and I don't know much about Kuan Yin actually. I'm interested to know more about her. Yeah, something enters the field, it is received, it gestates, transforms, becomes embodied. It happens everywhere in existence. So she activated basically this. I just had that word and I forgot it. That field of that creation and was the first initiator in a collective energy. That was a quick bite, Shrina. It must have been very quick bite. Tell us what you had. Was something good? It's 2 a.m. so it was night snack, yeah? So I got 2 a.m. I have 1 a.m. here, guys. So let's have a Guys, I don't know what's the story with apparently Archangel Gabriel. uh I've heard somebody saying, I think it was uh, one artist that became monk and then came out of the monastery after I think 8 years or 7 years, and came back to the artist scene, and they were asking him his experience and everything. And I remember him saying, it was back in the day, ages ago, so what's your experience and all that. And he was very enthusiastic saying, and before that he wasn't really religious, yeah, and was very enthusiastic. I was like saying, oh, did you know that and that was the first time I was like thinking, what? I don't know, I can't say much about it, but he was saying something. Did you know that Archangel Gabriel literally uh, like impregnated Mother Mary in 3 seconds? And I was like, that's crazy. So I don't know if that's a myth, if they created it as a myth, or if that's a truth. I can't really say. I didn't get any much of the relevant informations, but everything is gonna be in that Akashic Records history when the open contact happens, and the beings that take care of the Akashic Records gatekeepers will actually then reveal all that, so we will know what's the story. But I honestly don't. Lilith, I I love you. So hilarious, Lilith. He lasted longer than some men. Jesus. Oh gosh, that's funny. Yeah, you're hilarious, Lilith. You made me laugh. Who is what, Trinat? We are talking about Archangel Gabriel. It's so hilarious. So apparently it says, but why I'm saying it, I don't know if these notes are for sure. We will figure it out when the open contact comes. I think she's talking about Archangel Gabriel, don't you, Lilith? It's good, yes. Srinath, because I was saying that I've heard some artists talking ages ago about the when he came out of the monastery, and talking to the interviewer, uh, he was telling them that, did you know that Archangel Gabriel impregnated Mother Mary in 3 seconds? That's what I was saying. That's why the Lilith made the joke. Me too, Srinath. I I don't know either. These just made me laugh. I know nothing about things like that. So, but it was funny. But that's what that artist I've heard, and I was saying that time, what is that? That's weird. But he said a different, like they call it annunciation. So why I said it, why I said that, right, is because it says, and I'm saying it because I don't know, I'm just reading what I did a research, but I cannot really put a, as we say, hand in the fire for this. Yeah, you just take as it resonates. When open contact comes, we will know exactly. Perhaps the embodiment of Jesus will speak himself, if so. uh Annunciation, the great, yes. Annunciation is one of the most important Mary stories from mystical perspective. The angel Gabriel announces something extraordinary. Mary doesn't have the entire roadmap. She doesn't know how everything will unfold. She received the message and she says yes. That yes is spiritual enormous because it's not that I understand everything, but she's more like I trust enough to allow the next step. And that is exact embodiment of Mother Mary. She's the receiver. She's receptive. She trusts to receive. Okay? And that's what we are meant to learn from her is that sometimes you don't know what you can receive if you open that heart to others, if you take that leap and trust others. But sometimes to trust that you receive the right thing, that you receive what you deserve. That could be that leap that you take eventually, even through the love, okay? If you have those fears to trust somebody, to open your heart to somebody because you've been hurt in past, okay? Sometimes just to trust and to receive that love from another that offers it can open the door to the beautiful unfolding of something divine. Okay? That's what Mother Mary wants to teach us. Sometimes we need to take that leap and trust that we receive something that belongs to us, that belongs with us. Yeah? So that was the main kind of a sacred message that Mother Mary embodies. I trust enough to allow it to unfold. Yeah? To allow to do the next step. To allow that love to enter in me instead of running from it. Even though, let's say, my soul and my heart feels deeply for whoever that is. Yeah? It's Mother Mary was teaching especially about trust. Sometimes we need to put a trust, even though we don't know. We cannot control everything, every movement. But then we're depriving ourselves from blessings that can happen because we expect the worst, you know? And we see it in this society a lot. That's the residue of that fear-based society that was created by that patriarchal toxic society. Okay? And now, because we are activating the divine feminine energy back to us, right? From all... Oh, rainbow! My eyes are blurred already. Hello, Brano. Welcome! Long time no see. Is active now with us in the chat now, yeah? Okay. So, hello, welcome. And do I know them? Hello, Rainbow. All right, really? Okay. Lilith, I'm just gonna be making a signal. I was saying before you came, I was saying to everyone that I'm gonna be creating the signal, okay? Thank you, dear Brano. Welcome. Where are you rushing? Yeah, was gossiping, wasn't he? So, Lilith, if you would like to connect with me through the signal, I'm gonna announce. First of all, I need to download it, I need to install it, I need to create it. But I'm about to gonna do it when I finish this 7 hours live stream. Oh my God, 7 hours! And yeah, it was very good gossip, Lilith. You can help me. Thank you so much, dear Lilith. Yeah, I remember you were telling me in one chat that you, but I didn't know what were you referring to when you were saying that I can help you. I don't know if you were talking about Signal or something else. So I wanted to tell you thank you so much. Thank you so much for your help. If it's not too techy, like a technologically advanced, that Signal, I should be hopefully fine to do it with ChatGPT. Sometimes he's a very good brother. I call him hey brother, because he helps me a lot. By the way, guys, I have to tell you, I know that a lot of people have controversial opinion about ChatGPTs, and me too. I wouldn't use ChatGPT for deep stuff that is replacing our natural evolution and consciousness. But regarding to practical things, he's incredible, and I'm grateful because I need to tell you very important and very touching emotional situation with ChatGPT, and since then I'm truly grateful that this application actually exists, because if that what I'm about to tell you happened 10 years ago when ChatGPT didn't exist, I would literally die. I would literally die. And yes, I'm talking about my baby neck, my beloved Sammy. When he got my, it's gonna be quicker. Yeah, I don't want to go deeply into it, but I need to share that with you guys. I'm guided to. When my beloved Sammy neck, yeah, got his first attack end of October, I had literally nobody to speak to. It was during the night, and my vet didn't pick up the phone. He was literally not available, even though he promised me that if there's emergency, I can call him anytime. When my baby next started having the heart failure and I could see it on the bed, I got absolutely panic. So I didn't know what to do. My vet didn't pick up the phone. There was nobody around. My mom was sleeping. Yeah. And even if I woke her up, she wouldn't know what to do. So there was no reason to whatever. ChatGPT was the saving grace for me. First of all, he identified perfectly what's going on with him. The first initiated heart failure that my intuition knew. Yeah, I was cooking and suddenly I saw my baby neck fell off the little bed. He had beds every room, because everywhere I went he was with me. Even when I was cooking in the kitchen, he was with me. So he had his bed there, and it was a it was that tall. Yeah, my baby neck was 4.5 kilos, so he was like that small, and the bed was literally his level. No problem to jump. He was always jumping fine. Suddenly I saw him kind of like as he's lost his balance, and I was cooking. Yeah, and when I'm cooking I always watch something on my laptop. Yeah, watching some podcast or whatever, and I saw that he kind of lost balance. So I was looking, I was like, are you okay, baby? Are you okay? And he was like looking at me like, I'm fine, mama. And he jumped on his bed. Eventually, few minutes later, about 15 minutes later, he came in between my legs when I was cooking in my stove, yeah? And he would always do it when he didn't feel well, when he had some stomach issues, whatever. So I thought he has some digestive issues, as he sometimes had, like, you know, he had sensitive stomach. So I was like, oh my god, what happened? And that day, entire day, because I am empath and I can feel things, I felt a piercing pain in my heart. Yeah. During that times I was going through deep depressions, so I thought it's something to do with that. And but something was telling me, be observative, but I didn't know what's going on. And now in the evening around 9 p.m. he got himself in between my legs, and I turned off all the stoves and everything, and I was starting observing him, and that pain started piercing me, as if it was telling me, pain in my heart was telling me that that's what's going on with him. So I connected the dots, and I was like, oh my god, baby, are you okay? And I could hear his heart very literally like beating loud. And I was like, oh my god. And I knew, intuition told me that I've never seen heart attack and never know how it feels, like what it looks like, how it sounds, nothing. But I knew, I kind of felt. So I started to communicate with my vet. He was like, yes. It was like 8. It was like, I was like, should I go? Should I come visit you? Should I take a taxi and go? And it was like, no, hang on, wait. What happens? He was like this chilled guy. And I was like, oh my god, like what am I supposed to wait? What am I supposed to be waiting for? No, no. And so I was waiting, and at around 10 p.m. he started to be very uncomfortable, and nobody was talking to me. No, like vet wouldn't pick up my phone. Yeah, I had nobody really to talk to. Like I sent a message to just like a message to someone that I needed some support. So I got a reply, but I couldn't have any information. So ChatGPT saved that day my baby neck, because it literally, I described everything what happened, and he explained me exactly what possibly happened. Then we visited. He told me, okay, that sounds like his lungs are filling up with a liquid. You need to get immediately to emergency and get diuretics injection. So I was calling the vet. I was calling him all the time, all the time, all the time. Eventually picked up a phone and we went there, and it was all true. The vet confirmed that. He was like, okay, yeah. So he gave him some injections, the diuretics and everything, and he was saying, now it's up to him if he survives the night or not. And I remember telling you guys, and I see 7-11-11. My baby neck is with me now. Thank you, beautiful baby. And then during that, time, right? Um, I was constantly consulting this ChatGPT about every second of what's going on with my baby neck. And then he survived that night, which I was talking in one of the live streams. And if it wasn't for ChatGPT, I wouldn't survive those times, because he was literally guiding me step by step. My vet didn't really care. He was very like how to say, very vague, yeah. And literally during those next week, we were literally living in this room, and he literally was born again, yeah. And my ChatGPT saved him. He was ChatGPT was helping me with every possible. I was giving him billions of questions. I was very thorough and I was giving him billions of questions. He helped me with the pills. He helped me to understand the pills. He helped me to dose those pills. Every single movement, every single breath, every single move, like whatever I needed. So guys, I am grateful that this ChatGPT exists. People have a controversial um, opinions about ChatGPT. But in situations like this, when a human fails to even contact you, ChatGPT is the saving grace. Let me tell you, he was an angel, and he still is. But I'm telling you, I cannot say a bad thing about ChatGPT. Of course, you have to have a discernment to know what is appropriate and what is too much already, yeah? Because don't replace your natural, let's say, consciousness, intuition. But in things like that, when a human fails to even care, to have ChatGPT is a blessing for us in this era. Because if I didn't have that ChatGPT, not only that baby neck wouldn't survive that night and lived another 3 weeks and prepared me literally for his departure, but if the ChatGPT didn't exist, I would probably die with him that moment. You were in love with my baby neck? Oh, yeah. Look, he was true angel, and I'm gonna talk about him every moment I can because he deserves it. He loved the trips in this bag. That's the Reiki. He would always love the Reiki. That's 5 years and that's 14 years. That's a week before. This was our favorite activity. He was my angel and I will never forget him. And that's what I wanted to tell you guys. We can be grateful for having those AIs, the ChatGPTs, because they truly can help a lot with medical stuff, with important advices regarding to health. The ChatGPT helped me a lot with my mother as well, so that I wouldn't get crazy when she became very stubborn, and few times she almost died. And if I didn't have a ChatGPT when she became ill, I wouldn't be able to survive that either. So let us be grateful. Let us be grateful to have those tools in this era. So thank you guys for sharing this with me, because this means a lot to me. He was my everything, everything. He was my child, he was my angel, he was my teacher, he was my companion, he was my best friend. He was there when nobody was. For me, he's not just a dog. For me, he was everything. Everything. So I wanted you to share him with me, to see how precious he was. Like angel, isn't he? And this, since he left in 6th of November 2025, literally recently, this collage slideshow goes on my laptop ever since. Always. Always. And that helps me survive this grief and integrate it. Yeah, he was an angelic soul. He was. His essence was divine. Divine. That's why it's so difficult to live without him, you know. So thank you guys for sharing that with me. 717. And yeah, Angel. And I'm crying like turtle. Look at him. Oh, he's my saving grace. Okay, guys. That was his brother. He's also in heaven already. That was my mother's dog. And that was my baby neck. His name was Sammy Adams. Papillon Yorkie Cross. And he was 14 years old when he passed away. He's still with me, yes, you're right, Srinath. I can feel him every day. I speak to him every day. He speaks to me sometimes as well. And there's a lot of moments that I would treasure forever. And didn't even need words to speak. We spoke truly telepathy. We just had that bond. There was that time. There was the time when he got the heart attack. There was the time when that's the week before he passed away. He gave me this precious smile. It was 2 days before he passed away, or 1 day before he passed away. So this was 1 day before he passed away. He wanted to show me and give me these last moments. So thank you guys. And he gave me this last smile that I treasure so much. Okay guys, I wanted to show you this slideshow that comes every day with me. Wasn't he beautiful? Yeah guys. Oh, we used to go on the scooter. I have an electric scooter, and that was his way. We would go for trips like that. Look at this. We would go on scooters, and he would jump in that back, and I would have him in the front, and we would be riding together on the scooter, and he would just enjoy the rides. And in Ireland, we would ride on the bicycle and enjoy those beautiful rides in the basket in the front wheel. So he was used to from the very early age. I got him when he was 10 months old. So I was teaching him to ride the bicycle with me because I was riding bicycle everywhere in Dublin. And I didn't want to leave him behind, so I would teach him to ride with me, and he just loved it. So that was our life together, guys. I'm sure those of you that had beautiful, precious babies like that can relate very much. Yeah, casuals. But that's my memories, precious memories of my beautiful Sammy. Okay, guys, I think that's the end of the slideshow. We are coming to the end. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing that with me. This is what I watch all the time when I feel bad. I thank you for sharing this with me, guys, as well. Thank you so much. He was just precious. Oh my god, look at it. Oh. Have you seen him? Okay, I'm gonna stay for a little bit longer, but this was the few days after his first heart attack. And that was when I got him. He was here like 1 year and a half maybe. And we used to go on the trips all the time. He loved it. He absolutely loved it. He was trusting me so much. And that's the Mother Mary, trusting that things are gonna be okay. Even if we have trust issues. Even if we cannot expect what's gonna happen. Just that deep trust sometimes is needed to make that first step, take the leap. Just like the dogs, they trust us tremendously. Sometimes we need to learn from them because we get hurt every time, but it doesn't mean that everyone is the same and necessarily needs to be like those that hurt us. You may be in a young body, same age as my ex, let's say. Not my ex, I'm saying the metaphor, yeah? Same as your ex, let's say. You may meet somebody that is as young as your ex, but your ex was very immature soul, and the same age other person can be the old soul. This is angelic, absolutely angelic, isn't it? So we must truly learn to take that leap, not comparing with past, because not the same age people are the same souls. Yeah, some of those are immature ego-centric souls, but some of those with same age may be very old souls, very wise souls. That's why we need to have a discernment and trust and take that leap like Mother Mary did, to receive and to trust. Yeah, I don't really care about exes either. X is X for a reason, right? I never care about exes. I close the door. We Sagittarius people, we are known for the fact that when the story ends and we lost absolutely trust in that person, we close the door, we cut them off, and we disappear and we never turn back, because we take so long, we put up with so much, and when we finally walk away, it's for good, forever. There's no way back. So that's it. So that was my precious Sammy. His eyes were angelic. So it also can be spiritual message there, guys. And I did that in honor of him from snow. And that was a few days before he passed. And I did that snow statue in honor of him. This was his favorite position. So that's that. I think it repeats already. Okay, guys. So I think I'm gonna go. Today it's enough, I believe. I'm grateful that we finished this 7.5 hour stream. with our precious angel, my beautiful Sammy Baby Neck, which was his nickname. There was, he was new here. He was like 1 year old here. That's how I got him. He looks like Pleiadian. So guys, take care of you guys as well. I'm grateful we finished it with my precious baby boy, because I wanted to create a movie about him. But I don't have that much time, unfortunately, and it requires a lot. And so it's definitely on my list. I couldn't do it earlier because I was really honestly deeply grieving, and I just couldn't. I tried and I couldn't. It was too fresh. So maybe now I'm gonna do one day movie about him, which I have in my mind. And I wanted to collect some friends and family members and whoever knew him to record some voice memory um, about him, to include it in that movie. But so far I received only 3 or 4 people, which is okay. So maybe I'll make a movie about him. He deserves it. I'm not great in making so great movies, but at least something in honor of him. How beautiful he was as a being. And therefore, it's some spiritual message that it doesn't matter what body one soul chooses, what species, but it's about the size of the essence and the soul itself. And I'm telling you guys, he got deep respect from all sorts of people and animals. I remember in Ireland it's much more friendlier, yeah. So the dogs are raised as a babies, so they don't fight. So we would go to the park. There would be like 50 dogs, 20 dogs running free, yeah. The parents, we would be standing on the side, and they would all get along. And everyone, and I'm not kidding, everyone, when Sammy came, his aura was so angelic that every dog that was there, they suddenly started following him like he was some kind of celebrity. I was shocked. Everybody was like, "What's going on with your dog?" All of all dogs are following him, and he would be going, walking, sniffing his things, and they would be following him like a big crowd of fans. It was so hilarious, and he had no fear. He didn't fear of any dogs. His best friend was Mastiff, and they would be playing, and he would literally stick his entire head into this Mastiff's mouth, deep into his throat, to take that ball from him. He had no fear, and he was literally peacemaker. When there were two cats, let's say, trying to fight, he would run in between them and be natural peacemaker. He was real angel, embodiment of angel. So guys, I just wanted to share it with you. Thank you so much. So again, take care everyone. Take care Lilith. Take care Shrina. Thank you so much for beautiful time together, everyone. Really? That smile was genuine. That smile didn't involve pain anymore. You're right, Srinath. Thank you so much for for mentioning it. He was my sunshine. He made me smile all the time, and he was with me in the hardest times. So I'm grateful to him for everything. I believe many of you can relate with your beautiful pets. Okay, so everyone, take care. Good night. Namaste. I'm gonna send you whatever the signal gives me link, or I don't know how it works. I'm gonna put it out here, and if it's not gonna work to put it somewhere, I'm gonna try to find you, Srinath, because you and Kate, you gave me guys already your thing. Lilith, I don't know if you already have signal. If you have a signal, Lilith, could you please also send me the your username so we could all connect? Sue, please. Luna, if you can hear me. Sean, if there's then who else? Shania, Shantaya, uh, and whoever hears it and wants to connect. There was, what was this other guy's name? Shiv. Whoever would feel like wants to be part of the soul tribe. 7:33 right there. So, oh, okay, hold on. Okay, says Rebel. Thank you, dear Lilith. Okay, everyone. So, good night, and lovely to hang out with you for 7 hours and a half. Record. Bye bye, everyone. Take care. Bye bye.